Okay, sorry about that. I did not have my mic on. So welcome to the regular board meeting for March 2022. Call this meeting to order at 9:04, and we will go to Trustee Yagos for our land acknowledgement.
Welcome to our division office located on the traditional land and territory, the Nisipati, Pekani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people within Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
The Magnet Student Work Placement Program is empowering small...
Thank you, Trustee Yagos. We'll now rise for O Canada. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on to our consent agenda. The recommendation is that the March 22nd, 2022 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Long. Okay, is there anyone who would like to have anything pulled from the consent agenda at this time? Trustee Gimber?
Professional learning, please.
Okay, professional learning, and we will put that on as F7. Okay, and is there anyone else who wants anything pulled? Okay, I would like to have the regional council, regional school council, which is in the committee reports, pulled so that we can get an update. I know there's been some changes to that committee, and I'd just like to discuss that. So we'll put that as F8. Thank you. Any other changes? Okay, I'm not seeing any at this time, so all in favor? Perfect, thank you. Okay, moving on to Emergent Changes, item C. The recommendation that the March 2022 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Stankiewicz. And are there any emergent changes that need to happen to the agenda? Okay, I'm going to just F3, we were going to have a presentation from the Livingston leaders, which will now need to be tabled until the April 26th meeting. So we will table F3. No other changes to the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor? Perfect. We will move to D, the declaration of conflict of interest. The recommendation that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts of interest related to the agenda items from the March 22nd, 2022 board meeting, and if so, please declare them. Okay, I'm seeing none, so we'll go ahead and move on, none declared. And we'll move into our action items. So action item E1 is a social studies video. As part of the grade 6 social studies curriculum, Alberta students study the various levels of government. As trustees, we are often asked to visit with the students and present information on local governance. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees direct the Advocacy Committee to create a video or presentation outlining the role of the trustees, what a trustee does, and discuss how trustees can be a part of local governance presentation to the grade 6 social studies students within our schools. And this is being brought forward by Trustee Hodges and moved by Trustee Hodges, and I will turn it over to her to speak to it.
Great, thanks. In the past, we've always been asked to do presentations in our schools to grade 6, and we used to have a video that was done through ASBA, but it's very outdated and it was extremely long and hard for grade 6s to wrap their heads around. We've talked about as a board multiple times on something that potentially we could have to use within our schools, or even the teachers could use themselves without even a trustee being there. So I just wanted to bring this to the board and have a discussion around if there was any interest in us creating a video just to highlight what trustees do. I think it's an important role within our communities, and not everybody understands the role of the trustee. And I think starting with our students is a great way to go. So I just would like to open it up to the floor just to see if anybody has any questions, comments.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Any questions at this time? We'll go to Trustee Yegos.
I think this is a great idea to do it, and if you're going to do the video, may I just, maybe I say that get some grade 6 students or some students to help do it, because I know a lot of them have some, well, maybe grade 7 students now that they've gone through it, but that would be a real benefit, I think, to help it. So, but I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. We'll
Respond back.
Okay.
I just, if it could be a video or a presentation, just like a slide presentation too, not necessarily does it have to be a video. I just wanted to clarify that, so.
Okay, Trustee Gimber.
I think it's a fantastic idea, and I would also suggest that we add it to the website so that it can be found by anybody at any time.
Thank you. Did you want to make a friendly amendment, or is that just something that can be done later?
No, it's just a suggestion or
Perfect.
comment.
Thank you. Trustee Long?
I think it'd also be a good idea if with some classes or at some time we could be there, trustees in the school when the video is presented, so that we could also do a conversation with the students before and after.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, no, I think this is a great idea. I think Trustee Hodges for bringing it forward. The past year had the opportunity to present just a little slideshow that I did over Zoom to the grade 6s because of not being able to be there in person like we traditionally will. But I think what Trustee Long said is right. We need to try and be there to answer questions and get some FaceTime with our students and be in our schools as much as we can. So I think that this will help facilitate those good discussions and get some up-to-date relevant information for our kids. I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a couple questions around this too. Is if it was a video, it might be a little more costly. So I was wondering if there was a budget set for this, and then My recommendation would be that it was interactive for sure, whether it is a presentation or a video, and that there could be an accompanying sheet for the trustees to take with them when they go, engaging questions or different speaking points that trustees can elaborate on, so that it is more of an interactive thing and not just something to be shown in class and not have that in-person connection. It's just a thought that I had. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, Trustee Hodges, I'll let you close then.
My thoughts were around kind of, I think, more of a presentation, because then it was more interactive. And I get, of course, there would always be the sheets for questions and stuff. I really wanted the trustees to be in the room, and a presentation rather than a video allows for that interactive from both sides. So when I presented this, I should have been a little bit more clear, is that I was kind of leaning more toward a PowerPoint or something along those lines. And no, there's no budget. I was going to just direct audit committee to develop it. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. Advocacy. Okay. I guess that we closed on that, right? I was just wondering if it needed to be amended to say to create a video or presentation. Do you want to leave it open to either? Okay. Okay. Sounds good. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees direct the Advocacy Committee to create a video or presentation outlining the role of trustees, what a trustee does, and discuss how trustees can be a part of local governance presentation to the grade 6 social studies students within our school division. All in favor? Okay, that is passed. Yep, thank you so much, Trustee Hodges. So we're going to move to E2, the 10-year facility plan and the 3-year capital plan. This will be presented by Mr. Jeff Perry. The Alberta Education's deadline for submission of the 10-year facility plan and the 3-year capital plan is April 1st, 2022. Associate Superintendent of Business Services, Mr. Jeff Perry, will discuss the proposed recommendation. And then the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the updated Livingston Range School Division 10-year facility plan and 3-year capital plan, and that they be submitted to Alberta Education by April 1st, 2022. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Hodges? Oh, yeah. It is. It already says you there. That's moved by Trustee Hodges. Thank you. Okay. And so I will turn it over to you to speak to that.
Sorry, I was just going to be the mover of it. I'm actually going to just turn it over to Mr. Perry.
Great, thank you. Okay, a little bit of information with regards to the 3-year capital plan, 10-year facility plan. It is a requirement by Alberta Education to submit priorities. It's one of the ways that the provincial government can identify needs within the communities of capital requirements. We've in the past been very fortunate and had the opportunity to modernize some of our existing facilities. The JT Foster, which is actually, are you able to bring that up, Nikki? Yeah, option 1 will bring. Actually, no, bring up option 2 first, please. I'll explain why I provided 2 options, but yeah. Okay, so this is the current list of priorities that the jurisdiction has approved over the last many years. JT Foster was actually the community of a solution for the community of Nanton was put forward as a priority number 1 back in March of 2014. So that is the first year that the community of Nanton priority was identified. I'll go through a little bit of the history, but at some point within this history, a value management session was performed, and under the direction of Alberta Education at that time, We went through that process and we came out and identified that we wanted to focus on JT Foster versus focus on the community solution of modernizing both schools, which is A.B. Daly and JT Foster. At that time, A.B. Daly was in good repair, and it was JT Foster that really needed the improvements. And so that was back in October of 2016 that was created. So since June of 2015, we have held community roundtables for discussion over programming. We've had structural electrical reports received on JT Foster, which identified some deficiencies. We had community discussion on values, priorities, and the future of the facilities. We've revisited those. We've had partnership meetings in regards to the potential of partners. One of the areas that Alberta Education looks at when they're approving some of these projects is, what kind of priorities can you enter into? In many cases, the urban areas have the opportunity to enter into partnerships, more significant partnerships, but we too have had opportunities, and we've discussed that with the community of Nanton. And then, like I said, a value management session was held in April of 2016, and that's when the board revised the plan to focus mostly on JT Foster. We continue to have community engagements on partnerships. We had a couple of those in 16 and 17. Again, Alberta Education actually did a feasibility assessment and life cycle cost analysis on JT Foster. And back in, I think it was 2019, there was a partnership committee created with the town of Nanton, and we attended one meeting with them and had discussions as to how we could promote and increase the opportunity for this project to move forward. Our MLA has been very helpful and impactful in sharing that. In fact, even wearing a shirt that says, Brad, what does it say? It says, have we talked about JT Foster?
Yeah, have we talked about JT Foster?
Yeah, so lots of effort has gone towards this. One of the biggest challenges for us is that the focus of the provincial government has been enrollment pressures and health and safety. So the majority of the projects that they've approved, dating all the way back to 2014, has been significantly around those areas. And this modernization that we're proposing does have enrollment pressures, but it's the other way. It's right-sizing the facility to reflect the lower number of students that we have based on the capacity of the school. And we've been successful in other areas in improving the site while looking for partnerships to not necessarily take away the space, but to look at partnerships that can move into the space. And so we continue to do that with JT Foster. Recent conversations that I've had with Alberta Education, there's been an approach change. And so the discussion that I had was moving more to, again, looking at a community solution and going through another process, whether it's called value management or scoping or whatever it might be. There are funds available, and we were encouraged to apply for those funds to go through another process that would get the proposed project up to the pre-schematic design stage. And so you're further along and more prepared when your project actually is approved. And so there's more discussion that could be had on that. And so if you go to the other option now, Nikki, our previous priorities had listed JT Foster as number 1, Livingston School as number 2, the community of Pincher Creek as number 3, and then it was A.B. Daly as number 4. This proposed document brings A.B. Daly back up to look at a community solution. And as we go through that process, we may again entertain a community solution or again focus on JT Foster. But as we look to apply for funds for going through a value management process, it would be beneficial to have both JT Foster and A.B. Daly as part of that process. So we're again looking at the community impact. It doesn't mean there's no suggested one way or the other. It would look at all options as we did in the past. And again, we would put forward what our preferences are in that area, as well as we would receive feedback from stakeholders and community members. So that is what is being proposed. We do have the option of remaining the same and focusing on JT Foster. Just based on my conversations, the one that I would bring forward is the one that you see right now, where we would look at a community solution that has been beneficial to us in the past. The community of Claris Home projects were completed that way, one after the other. The community of Fort McLeod received both schools completed at the same time. And when we look at Livingston, there's only one school there. It's a community solution. When we look at the Pincher Creek, it's a community solution as well, looking at the Canyon and Matthew Holland School. So this would be consistent with what we've done in the past, consistent with what Alberta Education is telling us now, and consistent with the other projects that we have on this list. And so I would just leave that with you and seek any questions that you might have, but the proposal is what's there. This facility plan and capital plan is following an analysis that was done many years ago, and the majority of the projects have been completed, and these are the 3 remaining projects on theirs, and they still continue to all have needs that we would love to have addressed. We say 3-year capital because the community of Nanton potentially, that solution would take potentially a 3-year time period. At the same time, once that's approved, your priority 2 moves up into that 3-year area, and you're now looking for that as far as going forward. So anyway, I'll leave it at that, and if there's any questions, then I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perry, for showing us what it was and this new one that's being proposed. Do we have any questions at this time from the Board of Trustees? Trustee Hodges?
Yeah, just the new way that you presented it as a community solution, I feel that that's a stronger solution moving towards the government too. They might look at that more favorably. And my only concern a little bit is just doing 2 schools at once in Nanton and just having space to move our kids. And I mean, I know that that's something that we'll definitely talk about, and we'll do the best thing for kids. And so that was my only concern there, is just having space to move all the kids out while we're doing it, so.
Thank you. We'll go to, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Perry. Wow.
No, I appreciate that, and certainly that's been a concern in every project that we've gone through, especially in Fort McLeod. When we modernized both schools, we had to go to the community and look for spaces within the community to help with our needs as we go through that. There's also phasing that can be considered, so we have space, a little bit of excess space in both schools where we could move there and phase it in. It's not the most preferable scenario, but there are options that way, and that's definitely something that would have to be considered for sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Stankiewicz?
Is there a potentiality for the government to request a 1-school solution? Just concerned about that option.
Yeah, no, they'll look at all options. In the end, the government doesn't dictate what we put forward as a proposal. So looking at that option, it was part of the last value management session that went forward, and at the end of the day, the division felt having 2 schools with the potential growth in the community, with the access to the facilities such as the gymnasium and sharing the gymnasium and things of that nature was important to the community. And so at the end of the day, the division will put forward the proposal that we feel best about. It's going through the process of evaluating everything and anything that goes along with that. So it takes into consideration what the community values as well. So.
Thank you, Trustee Perry. We'll go to Trustee Yagos.
Are you asking us to approve either one or the other of these 2 plans?
We have to take forward one plan to Alberta Education as of April 1st. There's no time to come back. So I'm recommending the plan that you see before you. But if the board is uncomfortable with that, then we have the option of option 2 to take forward. So I think the discussion at this point is on this option here. And if this was turned down, then we could have a board motion to approve a second option or revise it.
Thank you. We'll go to Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Really appreciate, Mr. Prairie, the work that you've done on this and bringing this forward, and the constant work of trying to get this project approved. Lots of frustration with that seeing this from the start of when we first approved this community solution, and because of the guidance from the government went away from that, and now we're here again so many years later at the same point. Express the same concerns that you mentioned with the huge potential for growth in that community. I think that if we were to get approved for modernization of both schools, it would be great, but at the same time, we'd have to get creative and make sure that we don't lose any of that space for those potential kids, because the conversations that I've had with community members in Nanton has said they have so many people come to the community and want to be a part of the system there, but when they see the facilities and see the shiny new buildings in the neighboring communities of Claresholm and to the north, they make other choices for their kids, which is unfortunate, but we're hopeful we can get this project done, and I'm really looking forward to seeing if the government gives us the funds to go through the value management scoping sessions that see what the outcome of that looks like using their new formulas. So thank you again for all the great work on this.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any other questions from the Board of Trustees? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Perry, for presenting this, and I agree with the board that a whole community approach and having both schools involved with the conversation is the best option, and then doing what's best for the community. So again, the recommendation, and just to be clear, we're talking about this recommendation in front of us right here, is that the Board of Trustees approve the updated Livingston Range School Division 10-year facility plan and the 3-year capital plan, and that they be submitted to Alberta Education by April 1st, 2022. All in favor? And that is passed. Thank you so much. Move on to E3 now, the quarterly financial report. Pardon me. The audit committee met with the LRSD financial team and received and reviewed the second quarterly report ending February 28th, 2022. The audit committee will provide a summary of their review process and key findings at the board meeting. The recommendation is that the audit committee recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the quarterly financial report as it is presented today. Can I have someone make that motion? Trustee Hodges? Okay, and I'll turn it over to you, Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. The audit committee, as stated above, met yesterday, and we went through all the financial reports. Again, the audit committee consists of board members, management, and 2 public figures. We went through all the reports with a fine-tooth comb. It was a very long and exciting meeting. But at the end, we felt that the financial statements are exactly where they need to be right now, and so we will just the report as of the end of February 28, 2022, we are 50% through the fiscal year and 60% of the school year. We met with management, who then proposed it to us. We reviewed it in detail, the financial position, the revenues and expenditures, and by object and by program. I'm going to now turn it over to Mr. Perry, just so he can take you through all the numbers, because he's better at that than I am.
I don't know, you just said that it was a very long and in your voice it sounded not real exciting meeting, so maybe someone else should talk to the numbers, but I have to apologize. I just shared it with Nikki, so she's just going to try and bring up the presentation so that you have a visual of what I'm talking about. So I'll just wait for her to do that. It was a good meeting, and we went through a lot of detail, which is important for the audit committee to feel comfortable with where we're at and any information that or opportunity for them to ask any questions so they feel comfortable bringing this report to you as an audit committee. So the audit committee members, just so you're aware, we have 3 trustees that sit on the audit committee, and that's Trustee Hodges, Trustee Gimber, and Trustee Poitras. And then we have 2 public members that sit on the audit committee as well, and that is Martha Ratcliffe and Marilyn Welsh. And both have had experience working as a trustee in jurisdictions and have had experience reviewing and analyzing financial information for the jurisdictions. And so they're very helpful and bring a great perspective as independent parties to the board, and that's wonderful. There we have it, second quarter financial report, Audit Committee, March 22, 2022. Okay, you can go to the next slide, please. Maybe. Okay, yep, perfect. Okay, so just important to recognize, and Trustee Hodges went through this, but we at this point in time, we're 50% through the fiscal year. It's important to understand that the majority of the funding that we receive is received over the 12 months of the calendar year. So the funding that we get from Alberta Education is over, so we would expect 50% there. The school year is 60%, so some of the expenditures are over a 60% time frame, with regards to salaries and so forth. So that's just important to understand as we go through this. And you can go to the next slide, please. So last time we had a bunch of words up there and a bunch of numbers. We thought this would be more simple to understand. We have on the right column where we ended at the end of August 31st, 2021, where we believe we were as of the quarter one, at the end of quarter one, which is the end of November, and where we are now at quarter two. So you can see financial assets, which is your cash, accounts receivables, and so forth, has gone from 13.8 to 12.7 to 12 million. Liabilities have also gone down. The reduction of financial assets has a negative impact on your bottom line. The reduction of liabilities has a positive effect on your bottom line. It means you've used those financial assets to pay off those liabilities. And so the net financial assets has not gone down as significantly as others. So it actually went from 5.1 to 4.5 up to 4.7, and that gives us the ability to meet our short-term obligations. And then we look at non-financial assets, which is your capital. For the most part, it's your capital assets or prepaids. And so we've gone from 52.6 million to 52 to 50.7. The majority of that is amortization of our facilities, and that doesn't go up until you purchase additional capital items, which we have not purchased a ton of capital items at this point. In the majority of those would be reflective in your facilities. Deferred capital contributions is what matches the revenue that we recognize. So this is a deferred revenue that we receive from the provincial government. It's been paid out, but we recognize the revenue at the same time we recognize the amortization. And so it's a big obligation at this point, which brings us down to our net assets at the end of the day, which is our accumulated surplus, which takes into account our operating reserves and our capital reserves and anything invested in capital assets. So we've gone from 13.1 to 12.8 to 12.6. And the change from the prior year in the first quarter was 350,000, and now we're at about 518,000 deficit. Our anticipated deficit was $1.48 million, and so this is where we are compared to that. Okay, you can go to the next. Actually, is there any questions with regards to that information? Just continue. So at the end of the second quarter, our decrease in financial position is almost 520,000 compared to the first quarter, which was 350. And there's context around that. 350 was very reflective of a quarter of the way to that $1.48 million deficit. 518 is slightly lower than half of that, but there's expenditures that aren't incurred until the summer months, such as our FACES program, which is significant. And so the revenue's not reflected in there, and neither is the expenditure. So we'll jump to the next one, Nikki. Okay, so statement of operations is your revenues coming in and your expenditures going out. And the bottom line, because there hasn't been a lot of capital assets purchased, the bottom line continues to be similar to what the change is in our net assets. So revenues are budgeted to be 53.5. Revenues at this point are 27.4, and they were 13.07 million in the prior quarter. Expenditures are almost 55 million budgeted for that $1.4 million deficit that's planned. In the first quarter, 13.42, and now they're 27.91. So you can see the $518,000 deficit, which is part of the planned deficit. Okay, go to the next one. Okay, so just to give you an indication of some areas and where that the revenue difference is made up, we're actually at 51.2% of the budget in revenues, which means we're above what 50% would be. And so the following comments are compared to the 50% mark with that. So Alberta education revenue is about 224,000 higher. And I'll go through the numbers as to what that nets out to the following areas. So summer school is actually down 446,000 because the majority of that is deferred until the summer. IMR is above by 527,000 because we've spent 841,000 in IMR. The budget was 630. It's an in and an out. It has no impact on the bottom line, but it because it's throughout the year, it's reflected when we expend it. So the revenue and the expenditures are exactly the same, and it has a zero net impact. We actually are receiving additional COVID mitigation funding, and we have 166,000 to date. That'll end up being 331 at the end of the year. It was not budgeted for. Learning disruption funding was given in the middle of the year, which was not budgeted for either, and so that's 86,000 up to this point. Our First Nation students living off reserve and attending on reserve is down 51,000 from revenue up to this point, and will be down about 100,000. But with that, the expense is down as well. The reason for that is that we didn't have as many students living off reserve attend the reserve schools. So we get the funds from the provincial government, and we turn around and through our reciprocal agreement pay those to the reserve schools. And the revenue's down and the expenditure is down. Capital revenues is down by 37,000, but it's not significant, and that's just the revenue that matches the amortization. And then there's another area of 21,000. Other revenues outside of Alberta education, the net of that is an increase of 299,000. Some of that is the First Nation revenues is about 224,000 above 50%, which would be expected because we're at 60% of the year and they pay over a 10-month period. So that is in line. We will be slightly above in the First Nation revenues just based on the number of students and the rates that are being paid this year. Fees is down 98,000. That's a school revenue. And so we're monitoring that and ensuring that schools understand what that impact means as far as on how it impacts their budget. International program at this point in time, we're $170,000 more than what we would expect at this particular time. That's 50%. We know that when we budgeted back in March, April, that we were going to be over once we got to September and had additional students coming to the jurisdiction. So that's an area where there will be additional funds to cover some of the additional costs that we've had throughout the year as part of that program. Other school revenue is from the schools is down 28,000. We went through some COVID as well this year. which means that cafeterias were not open as long or as often, and there's other revenues that were not coming in for that purpose either. And then other is up 31. So that nets out to our revenue as to where we're at this point in time. Any questions about revenue? This seems detailed, doesn't it? But we went in way more detail yesterday. So I just want to make sure the board has an understanding of their ability to be confident in their fiduciary responsibilities making the decision. So you can go to the next one. Expenditures, we're at 27.9 million. And again, when we compare it to 50%, our certificated salaries are higher at 282, our benefits are lower at 127, support staff is higher by 251, and benefits 39, which was anticipated. IMR, again, is the same match. It matches the revenue at 527. Contracted services are low right now. Much of that is our FACES program for the summer. We haven't expended any of the costs associated with that. One area that we're monitoring and concerned about a little bit is 262,000 over, which is our utilities. They will start decreasing with the warmer temperatures that are coming, but the increase in costs associated with the billings as of January have had an impact on this, as well as other reasons for higher utilities. Supplies are low at 39%. Again, some of that has to do with the summer programming, but some of it has to do with schools. Travel is low at 22%, 64,000. PD is low, 57,000. Professional and technical services are higher at 42,000. We've incurred costs in legal that are significantly higher than they have been in the past. Fuel, obviously you're aware of fuel and the prices of fuel, that's higher. Transportation is budgeted for that. We budgeted anticipating higher, and because we were lower in the beginning of the year and now we're higher, we're still okay with that. Insurance is, we're having 26,000 savings from our original budget, and repairs and maintenance, there hasn't been a lot done yet, but there will be some done. And then just other accumulation of other areas is 92,000. And so that brings us to where we currently stand at the 0.8% above budget. So go to the next slide. I think this is the last one. So when you take all that oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Trustee
Sorry, Mr.
Purchase.
Perry. When you talk about the utilities, it just brings up the gas situation with transportation. Do you anticipate that making a higher deficit at the end? I know that this budget ends on February 28th, and that is, I think, slightly before the gas prices started to kind of skyrocket. Do you have any thoughts about how that might affect our budget overall for the year?
Yeah, certainly, and that's we're monitoring that. The transportation department actually, when we look at fuel, so you're talking utilities and fuel. I think you talk both of those in the same conversation. Transportation will be fine with the fuel side of things. Utilities will potentially put the plant operation and maintenance over. At this point in time, we still anticipate we're going to be slightly under when we take all that into consideration. So 1.3 million is what we anticipate the deficit to be at the end of the year, versus a 1.49 million, taking into consider all those things. But again, this is an estimate. When you look at it, I can tell you where we are right now, which is what we've gone through. More challenging to tell you where we're exactly going to end up because things can change, right? We know that the provincial government is going to give us a little bit of a what's the word, relief in the gas prices by reducing some of the taxation on that. Prices are still significantly higher than we would have anticipated, but so who knows what the future holds, but at this point we anticipate just being slightly under the planned deficit that we had. Okay, there are other things. I mean, there's other areas that we know of that could have an impact on our financial results, and again, we're monitoring them. Some of those are listed above. So fees and sales and services for the schools. continued communication. Anthony started that with the schools, and Jordan will continue that. We talked about that yesterday with the audit committee. Expenditures in the areas of the average cost of salaries and the number of FTE and subs. We're monitoring contracts and services, utilities, supplies, fuel, travel and subsistence, and PD. Some of those are low, which we anticipate will have savings in. Some of them are over, which will be offset by some of the savings. It's really how significant are those overages, and what does that mean? So at this point, this is what our report is. This is where we anticipate being. We'll continue to monitor it and bring it to the attention of the board as we see fit. The next quarterly report is the end of May, and will be brought to the board in June. So, but if there's any additional comments by the audit committee members or any questions that those of you that are not members of the audit committee, certainly welcome those.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Perry. That was very condensed, but still great. So we'll go to Trustee Toon first. I'm the boss. We'll go to Trustee Hodges and then Trustee Toon.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk just a little bit about the areas to continue to monitor. We asked some really good questions to Mr. Perry and Jordan last night, just around making sure that these were all in line with our budget. I think part of that, Mr. Perry touched on the fees part for schools, and I think it was new to schools not having to report quarterly. And so we just wanted to make sure there was a plan in place for that, and that eventually it'll all be caught up into our quarterly reports. And so these areas, again, like Mr. Perry stated, we're going to be watching, and of course he will be watching it really closely, and we'll make sure that in the next reporting period that these will come back to you, and just so you know exactly where we are.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. Has there been any discussion about what the potential use of this year of the difference between the actual versus planned budgeted deficit for those extra available dollars? Just really concerned with what I'm hearing in meetings with the government, that they're going to move forward with some of the plans that they've had in the past about looking at reserves and seeing surpluses go up continually over the last couple of years. We know that there's been extenuating circumstances, but they've said that they're moving forward on something soon.
No, that's a really good comment. At this particular time, we're at 5.86% of our expenditures. So based on a $518,000 deficit up to this point in time, we're at 5.86. The $1.3 million where we anticipate we will still be below the 5% threshold, which is currently what we know about. We'll know in a few days what the new threshold will be. I've heard that it's lower than that, and hopefully they'll provide us with some time to be able to adjust to that. To answer your question with regards, yeah, we already made some decisions in regards to dollars that we would have available, and where we could take those dollars from. Some of it comes from areas that we have deferred revenue in, so it's not included in this number. They're currently deferred, and so we have some flexibility to use those or not, and to use these dollars here and save those for another purpose. But certainly that is part of the dialogue that occurs as we monitor the budget. And so we don't, because of the fluctuations, again, this is an estimate, because of the fluctuations with fuel and utilities and things of that nature, we haven't committed those dollars to anything at this point in time. But we know that if we are within the 1.3 million, we'll be under the threshold that we know about at this point, and anticipate that any other decision will have time to adjust to. And I don't think that'll be challenging for us, because our revenue in the future, now we know that next year's budget will be held harmless, right? Which is gives us another year to look at how we use the reserves, right? And I anticipate that the budget coming forward will take that into consideration. But over time, it won't be a challenge for us to get to that level, is my anticipation, because we're going to have to look at ways that we can reduce our current budget. So even going into next year's budget, currently we have a $1.4 million planned deficit, right? Even holding the revenue at the same rate, we still have to reduce that budget unless we plan to use revenue or reserves again. So hopefully that answers what you're looking for as far as an answer to your question, but that's the best I got today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. I appreciate it. Just seeing the amount of effort and work that you've done since I became a trustee of making sure that we're being balancing fiscal responsibility at the same time of spending today's dollars on today's kids is phenomenal. I saw a presentation that showed budgets and surpluses from across the province, and we're doing amazing where we sit here in this division with ensuring that we're doing the best with our finances. So I appreciate your work in that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the Board of Trustees? No? Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Perry, for breaking this down into manageable pieces that we can go through so that all trustees feel comfortable when we are voting on these different pieces. So, and for all the time and effort you put into answering our questions at the audit committee meeting as well. So with that, seeing no further questions, I will just remind you that the recommendation is that the audit committee recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the quarterly financial report as it has been presented here today. All those in favor? Thank you, that passes. Yep, go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. Just before we move on out of our audit section here, I would like to do a notice of motion on 2 recommendations that came out of audit around tipping and hotel costs for the next board meeting.
Okay, perfect. We will make a note of that notice of motion and look forward to having you send that in. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we will go to E4, which is the 2022-2023 Instructional Funding Allocation Formula. Good to hear from Mr. Jeff Perry today again. So the Instructional Funding Allocation Formula is the way in which the division resources are allocated out to our schools, the departments, and the initiatives. The proposed formula was discussed with senior management and shared for feedback with administration at the Admin Council meeting. Associate Superintendent of Business Services Jeff Perry will share with the board a summary of the proposed formula. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the Instructional Funding Allocation Formula as presented for the 2022-2023 school year, and that's being moved by Trustee Gimber. Trustee Gimber, did you want to speak to that? Sorry, I was reading your name.
I wasn't moving it, but I can.
Does anyone want to move it? Trustee Gimber? Sorry, I was looking at your advocacy piece. She is going to move it, and I appreciate that. Did you want to speak to it or turn it over to Mr. Perry?
I would love to hear from Mr. Perry, please.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad somebody's excited to hear from me, because I'm actually tired of hearing from me, but I know I have another item after this too, so we'll try and endure. But I think Ms. Litwin is going to bring up the document. Perfect. So I'll just highlight at the very beginning, nothing has changed in this recommendation as far as allocations to our schools and departments. The reason for that is that we made slight changes last year, but this still gives us the flexibility to allocate resources out to the schools in an equitable manner, as well as to take into consideration needs and level of resources. And so although we talk about how we do this, how much we send out can be reflective of what the resources are available to us, and taking into account the information that we get from our budget. So no changes have been made. I'll go through the information so that especially new trustees have an understanding of how we allocate resources out to our schools. We have changed from sending out the majority of the resources out just in a dollar amount to schools to being more supportive around what the needs are and the context is, especially in relation to staffing. So when you take into account learning support needs, if you just send out a dollar amount, one school may have higher needs than that, and one school may have lower needs than that, and so those resources have been changed to be allocated based on need and where the need is. So when you have a student move into a school and have higher needs, we have the ability to allocate those resources where they're needed. And so the beginning budget always takes into consideration what we know about the school. Come September, you have to take into consideration anything that's changed. So we have that built into the ability to do that. But so how we allocate teaching positions, we typically start with a formula-driven spreadsheet that takes into account the following areas. And first of all, the Alberta Learning Commission guidelines for class size. So if you're familiar with that, that was dated back, I think, to 2004, where they identified the desirable class sizes. And so this allocation system takes that into consideration, recognizing smaller class sizes at the lower elementary level, and they move up from there. It also takes into account time free from instruction, giving our teachers the time to prepare for their classes. We know that they're professionals and they take whatever time they need, even outside of their classroom, but giving them time within the school day helps them be better teachers and be more prepared. So it also takes into account the level of administration, the level of learning support required at the school level to organize and to complete the requirements there. And it also takes into account programming requirements. So CTS would be one area where you have to identify, class size may not be able to be 30 students in a class. Well, no classes are typically close to that, but just an example that if you have an area of CTS that needs fewer students in there, we take that into consideration as well. So context is always looked at beyond that, and so that's how we initially allocate teaching positions. Allocation of support staff positions, we have come up with a formula developed for certain areas. So like admin assistants, we know that every school needs an admin assistant regardless of the level of your enrollment. There's things that they need to do and they need to be full-time. So all of our schools have full-time admin assistants at their sites, as well as learning commons individuals as well. Then when we get into educational assistants, child youth care workers, speech assistants, and learning support, again, that's where we take into account where the need is. So it's on an as needed basis. That includes the colonies. If the colonies have learning support needs, then that's addressed through an allocation of staff that way. Then we take into consideration, after all of the allocations, what resources we have available. We look at the history and the needs of schools, which we'll do again this year with regards to the amount that we allocate on a fixed rate per student, and the half of that is for the ECS students as well, recognizing that they're attending half-time. Okay, I keep trying to use my mouse to move the document, it's not working, but if you want to move it up just a bit. Okay, home education allocation, typically the funding for that is not significant, so we get a rate of that, and half that rate is used for parents to purchase supplies for their students. The other half goes to the site that is providing that support, which could be the school or could be the Pursuits program. Typically, it's the Pursuits, and Terratana covers that area, so those resources go towards where they need to be. English as a second language also takes into account the number of students at each site and the level of support that is needed, and they're allocated based on that. FNMI allocation, we have certain schools that have higher populations in FNMI, and so additional resources are allocated based on the level of the number of students that are required or that we have in that area, and so typically it's allocated based on in a staffing component versus just a dollar amount for that. because all of those students are included in the base rate that goes out to the school. So supplies and things of that nature can be purchased through that. Hutterite Colony, we get a component for funding from Alberta Education, which is directly allocated to the schools. Plus they get the basic allocation, and then we reduce that by the number of staff that we send out there. One of the biggest challenges in this area is some colonies have low amount of students, some colonies have high amount of students, but within our agreement, we have identified that we will continue to have a teacher responsible for each of those sites. Okay, next page. Small school allocation. This is an allocation that's been in ever since I've been here. I mean, before I was here. This reflects the economies of scale, and so some schools are smaller, but still have the fixed basic needs that are required, and those cost whatever they cost. And so there's a small component that allows an allocation out to those small schools, and it's based on division. It's not based on the size of the school. So basically, we look at the division of grades 1 to 3, and if you're lower than the average plus 10%, then you get a allocation for that. So if you look at a school like Livingston, although they may have in their entirety a similar number to what other schools have, their division for 1 to 3 is smaller than what the average is, plus 10%, and they would get a slight allocation here. The final area is that we do allocate funds out to the schools for international students that we bring in to support their efforts in that area. And we review that on a constant basis. We typically have allocated more to our schools than what other jurisdictions do, and so that's an ongoing review of what our budget is for the international and where those resources need to be allocated to. But that's how we do that. And the final clause is adjustments to the allocations of each or any site may need to be made by administration, taking into consideration the needs and the available resources. And so historically, we had things come up where we didn't have the ability to allocate funds to them, but this allows us to look at the need and the resources that we have available and make those decisions. So that is how we've allocated in the prior year, and it's very similar to how we've allocated for many years. We've taken this to admin council and we've requested any feedback. They're comfortable with how these resources have been allocated in the past and look forward as to what those allocations look like based on the needs and the available resources going forward. We'll talk about the budget allocation coming up later, but it does have an impact on the amount of resources that are allocated out. So this provides us the flexibility to take all that into consideration and still take into consideration, you know, the priorities of the jurisdiction, the initiatives that the superintendent identifies as to how to best get results for the schools, how to best support the schools, and so forth. So I'll leave it with that, and if there's any questions or comments, then I'm more than welcome.
Thanks so much, Mr. Perry. Do we have any questions from the Board of Trustees at this time? We'll go to Trustee Long first.
Mr. Perry, just a question about international school students. Do they pay a tuition fee on their own when they come?
Yes, international students pay tuition to attend our schools. They also pay for a homestay amount and fees for insurance and for other smaller items, but there is a tuition rate that allows us to budget the appropriate resources, allocate dollars to schools to support the efforts that they have to put. So, I mean, if a school has 10 international students, they get some resources to be able to accommodate the needs of anything that they would have to add in that area. But, yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Perry. And just for clarity, international students, there's no government funding for those students, or is there?
Right. So we have international students that have been approved to be in Canada. Their parents are permitted to work within Canada. We do receive funding for those students. So if their parents have a working permit, then those students are automatically covered under Alberta Education, and we receive funding for them. These are students that are choosing to come to Canada and don't have that scenario. Their parents aren't coming with them. They're coming for the educational experience within our country and in our division. And so there's a tuition rate charged for that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Any other trustees or questions from the board at this time? Trustee Gimber?
Hi, Mr. Perry. For those areas where the calculation is based on a per student rate, can you tell me when the cutoff is for the student count and what considerations are made if there's a big difference, especially in the small school one, throughout the year?
Yeah, so our budgets are prepared based on the numbers that are provided us in January, which, I mean, it's not the best, but that's how our funding is based on, right? And so the funding that we receive from the government is based on that through the WMA, which is the weighted moving average, which takes into consideration the enrollment of 2 years prior, which is actuals, and then what our projections are. And so we recognize that many things can change, and that's why come September we have to have the ability to adjust, but for the most part the resources are allocated based on the January numbers that we are provided. Yeah.
Perfect. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. Just a comment and then a question. Seeing this enacted with first our teaching staff and now with all staff allocation over the last couple years, just the positive feedback from the schools and the communities of that flexibility that it gives them. Like you say, the students moving in after the traditional enrollment dates, having the additional divisional resources to help alleviate some of those pressures. The administration and the parents have found that an amazing support to our schools. The question is, has there been much variance in the allocation between schools for international students? I see that in the new clause in there for the adjustment of that, and was some of that maybe some pressures or additional complications related to COVID or things like that with students and on how things have transpired the last year, or is just maybe some clarity around that?
So one of the, I'll just speak first and then Chad can add in where he wants, but because there's a financial component to it. One of the biggest areas of influence is where we have homestays, right? So you'll find wherever we can get homestays, there'll be a higher level of number of students in those schools. And so on an allocation basis, that is, the resources would go to the schools that have those students to be able to support them that way. And did you want to add, or?
Just to add to it, I guess, in response to trends, we've been pretty consistent, if not grown consistently in the last couple of years. So we were right around that 50 student mark, 50 to 60 student mark, which is pretty good for us. This year, though, it appears that we're going to be down. So right now we're under 30 for next year. So that's we're still working towards that. Some recruiting, some things are taking place to see if any students are interested in visiting Livingston Range, but it does fluctuate. COVID, I would say we grew during COVID, but now I'm assuming some of the students will be attending some of our traditional spots that go to, such as Ireland or United States and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you. That's interesting insight. Yeah. When we went through the numbers yesterday, we saw that significant growth in the international students because we were able to have more homestays and during some of those other countries being closed. So yeah, that was interesting to see. Is there any other trustees with questions around this piece? Okay, I'm seeing none at this time. So just a reminder that the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the instructional funding allocation formula as presented for the 2021, 2023, 2022, and 2023 school year. All in favor? Perfect. Thank you. With that, we are going to take a 5-minute health break. a quick 5-minute health break, and we'll be back at 10:17. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're going to move on to E5. And this is being moved by Trustee Gimber. She knew about it this time. And I'm going to go ahead and read this. E5, advocacy. Due to the COVID-19 health pandemic, measures were put in place and continue to be in effect to some extent. The AHS Health Checklist was developed to support schools in reducing the risk of transmission of COVID-19 among attendees and staff. They are meant to assist with assessing attendees who may be symptomatic or who may have been exposed to someone who is ill or has confirmed COVID-19. Because the Alberta Health Services amended their AHS checklist February 22nd of 2022 to if a student has a core symptom, there is a legal requirement for them to be isolated for up to 10 days from the day of onset of symptoms or until symptoms resolve, whichever is longer. Because many parents continue to follow the AHS checklist and guidelines, keeping their children home for a core symptom, regardless of COVID-19 testing results. Because literacy and numeracy, especially in the earliest grades, is an important foundation for all future learning, with research showing the foundation needs to be in place by the end of grade 3. Because with such extended absences from some students, a significant amount of instructional time is being missed. And because with such high rates of absence, teachers and administrators need to be mindful of programming to ensure they are teaching all curriculum outcomes, and because collective bargaining agreements stipulate how many hours teachers work, and they cannot and should not be asked to do more additional support for COVID-19 interventions, and because with the return to in-class learning at home, virtual resources are not available for students to make up the missed instructional time. Because of these things, the recommendation comes forward that the Board of Trustees direct the Advocacy Committee to write a letter to the Minister of Health, or the Minister of Education, the Minister of Health, and the AHS Advocacy Councils, which are the Prairie Mountain Health Advisory Council and the Oldman River Health Advisory Council, asking to review the AHS checklist specifically in regards to how it affects students' attendance, the resulting learning gap, and the lack of resources to cover missed learning outcomes now and in the future. This is being made by Trustee Gimber, and I will turn it over to her to speak to.
Thank you. So the detailed write-up that I included in there covers majority of the information. To summarize, the AHS checklist hasn't been revised since many of the restrictions were lifted. Some parents no longer follow the checklist because they don't think it's in place anymore. But on the other hand, there are many parents that do continue to follow the checklist, meaning their children are staying home for up to 10 days if they exhibit a core symptom. Given that there are no longer at-home learning resources, those that existed at the height of the pandemic, these students are missing valuable instructional time, and I am therefore recommending that advocacy write the letter. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking to that, Trustee Gimber. Any other thoughts, concerns, or questions from trustees? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I think it's important to always advocate for student learning, and if this is presenting a huge gap in student learning, it's never a bad thing to advocate to our government and our advocacy councils as in the recommendation. I think that I would support this and just asking that they really take a look at how it's affecting kids.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. Any other comments or questions? Trustee Long?
Can we discuss what might possibly be in that letter at this point? Would that be inappropriate and do it at another time? Pass it first?
Well, just according to the motion, it is specifically asking to review the AHS checklist specifically in regards to how it affects students. So I don't believe that the advocacy is going to make any suggestions on what the, what the changes should be, but I think they would just be, from my understanding, expressing their concerns over the last time it was checked and needing it to be revised again. Is that correct?
So in this letter, you're not going to give any suggestions as to what might be in their policies?
We could.
Well, then we'd have to amend this. That's why I'm asking. That the advocacy committee make some suggestions to AHS as to what might be in a revised policy.
Okay, so Trustee Long is suggesting,
No, I'm asking if we should make an amendment if we're going to do that. I'm saying before we pass this, we'll make an amendment that the advocacy committee is going to make some suggestions.
so you're recommending that we
But I-
amend it to say that the advocacy would make suggestions?
If you're all in agreement, but
Okay.
I see a very worried look from
No,
Trustee
it's okay.
Akes.
So I'm just going to ask Trustee Gimber, would you consider that a friendly amendment? Sorry, no,
So,
wait, Trustee Long.
I'm going to say that
Stop.
again.
I believe that changes the intent of the motion. The intent here is to ask them to review it, and if we change it to make suggestions of what they should change in there, that changes the intent of the motion. So we would have to make an amendment, and it can't be a friendly amendment. It would change the motion. Go ahead, Trustee Yagos. I'm sorry.
I agree with you in terms of asking them to make, excuse me, asking them to make any kind of changes to it, because from what I'm reading here, understanding, it is just a review of it. And when they write the letter, if they give the reasons that Trustee Gimber had written on here, then they're asking them to review it based upon these reasons. But once you're starting to give reasons for it, I think it's something we're going to have to think about in terms of the reasons. I would have a problem with having the committee put down reasons for changing or examples of changing without going through the board and having the board approve those changes. What they suggest as changes.
So I just want to be clear, is that is that an amendment that you would like to make and discuss?
Well, it might be better then if we leave it the way it is and the advocacy committee sends in this letter, but my thinking is we were put in this position in the first place to make medical decisions. So I don't have any problem making medical suggestions to AHS based on, and maybe it would be more appropriate with a second motion at a different time, but I personally have ideas about how AHS could deal with it. And I'm not on AHS, but I'm a school board trustee, and we've been totally involved with the medically with COVID and policies and such. So I would send some suggestions to them, but maybe that's inappropriate. So I would leave it for another time.
Thank you, Trustee Long. So just to be clear, we are sticking with the amendment with the original motion that reads, the Board of Trustees direct Advocacy Committee to write a letter to the Minister of Education, Minister of Health, and the AHS Advocacy Councils that are listed as to review the AHS checklist specifically in regards to how it affects student attendance, the resulting learning gap, and the lack of resources to cover missed learning outcomes now and in the future. Is there any other questions at this time? Okay. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment that after the resulting learning gap, and lack of resources to cover missed learning outcomes now and in the future be stricken, that it just end after learning gap. The rationale for that would be when we're speaking, especially with the education minister, I think we'd get pushback on saying that there isn't resources to cover that. I know we don't have the traditional online schooling that we did during the height of the pandemic, but the government has made it clear that they've given access to surpluses and reserves to school divisions, and that we have the autonomy to put whatever resources we need in place. So my fear would be that it would be negatively received based on that feedback, what I've been hearing when similar messaging has come to the board. I think it's great to ask for a review of the AHS checklist though, and I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater on that.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Gimber, would you consider that a friendly amendment?
So I agree that there's a negative connotation to it then that could be received by those that are receiving the letter. However, there is a lack of resources currently because those students don't have a means currently to access the missed instructional time. And to respond a little bit to Trustee Long.
Wait, no, do you consider this a friendly amendment or no?
Yeah, I would be in
You would
favor of
consider
that.
it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we will accept the motion as it is now. And it now reads, we've just taken out, it ends with, we're asking to review the AHS checklist specifically in regards to how it affects students' attendance now and in the future. Is that where you ended up? Oh, yep. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Toon.
How it affects, just a wordsmithing, how it affects student attendance and the resulting learning gap, possibly.
Thank you. And then Trustee Gimber, did you want to? No? Did you want to speak? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just needed to deal with the friendly amendment first. Any other questions or concerns with the motion that is now on the floor? Or clarifying? No? Okay. So the recommendation is that the Board of Trustees direct Advocacy Committee to write a letter to the Minister of Education, Minister of Health, and the AHS Advocacy Councils, as listed, asking to review the AHS checklist specifically in regards to how it affects students' attendance and the resulting learning gap. All in favor? And that is passed. Thank you so much, Trustee Gimber, and for... Sure. Sorry. Did you want to speak to... I guess I should have asked if you wanted to speak in closing, but did you want to respond to Trustee Long?
I just want to thank you for your support behind this. It's important to me.
Yeah, I think it's important to all of us, and it's so important that we all, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. It's important that we advocate in any way that we can for our students, and what the government and AHS don't know, they can't fix. And so we need to make sure that we are being a voice for our students and for the families so that this can be amended. So thank you so much for bringing that forward. I appreciate that. We're going to move on to E6 now, social media access protocols. I'm sorry, you guys. Board Policy 6, draft appendix. So this is in response to the January 18th, 2022 board motion number 21-147. Quote, Trustee Gimber move that the chairperson be granted access to the social media accounts for the purpose of adding or removing approved posts in emergent situations in reference to Administrative Procedure 142. The board also directs the policy committee to bring back recommended guidelines to the March 22nd, 2022 board meeting. End quote. Trustee Clara Yegos, policy committee chair, will review Board Policy 6, role of the board chair, and the draft appendix guidelines for the social media use by the board chair. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the changes to Board Policy 6, role of the board chair, and the draft appendix guidelines for the social media use by the board chair as presented or amended. This is being moved by Trustee Yagos. And I will turn it over to her to speak to.
Thank you. First of all, I'm just going to go on to policy, policy 6. It's E6 on your agenda list, and we're just adding one thing onto it under the role of the chair, just so that everybody is aware that this is what a board chair has the responsibilities for. So it just says, number 13, social media responsibilities, see Appendix A. That's what we're going to put on there. Okay, now I'd like you to go to Appendix A, which is also an E6. And just give me a second to, I know I can't. It's easier for me to, except I just got rid of everything. So, yeah, if you, and I want to thank the rest of the policy committee and the administration for helping us, for putting this together. It was really easy and great to have that, because it would have been a lot harder to do. Just a minute. There it is. Oh, shoot. Okay, thank you. The policy reads, at the January regular board meeting, et cetera, we made the motion, and allowing the board chair to become an administrator for the school division social media account for the purpose of adding or removing approved posts. And the key word here is emergent situations, because this isn't at any other time. It's going to be just when they have, as a situation came up in the at the beginning of January, when people weren't around to do a change. The division recognized that parents entrust the school division with the duty to educate their children, and that the use of the internet and electronic social media has the potential to affect this trust. And the guidelines are, the board chair will not disclose or post confidential student information, images, or confidential school department or personal records. Now, a lot of this was or is in the policy, the procedure right now. And Mr. Kuzak was nice enough to put it together. I hope you have all had access and have read this all already. I'm not going to read it all. It is quite long. Is there any questions or anything on this, on the changes, or what we're proposing for this Appendix 6? Keep in mind that, thank you, that it is an appendix, and it can be changed if necessary without going through the policy part of it. So are there any questions in regards to this? This was asked. This isn't an emergency situation. As I said, like what happened in January when an announcement came up about when school was going to reopen after the Christmas break, and it wasn't changed on our website, and there was the other, I shouldn't say administration, the people who had the access to this were not available to change it at that point. So this will give the board chair the availability or the right to be able to access this and change it based upon these guidelines.
Thank you so much, Trustee Yagos. So based on the recommendation of the board and the appendix information, is there any questions or concerns around what has been added to the appendix or item number 13 on the board chair? Role and responsibility? Seeing none, that means policy did a good job. Okay, perfect. So the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the change to Board Policy 6, role of the chair, and the draft appendix guidelines for social media use by the board chair as presented. All in favor? Okay, perfect. And so after today's meeting, in the near future, we will get that put into place. Okay, we are going to go to E7. So exciting. Okay, E7, the naming of the Livingston Range School Division Crowsnest Pass property. In accordance with the Administrative Procedure 541, naming of schools, and the naming of the Livingston Range School Division Crowsnest Pass property presentation that was at the February 28th special board meeting, Mr. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent of Business Services, will provide a summary of the process to date and speak to the recommended name for the board to consider approving in principle. Mr. Perry will also outline the remainder of the process. And the recommendation is that the recommended name is the Crowsnest Experiential Campus. It is moved that the Board of Trustees approve in principle the name of the Livingston Range School Division Crowsnest Pass property as Crowsnest Experiential Campus to be revisited after the appropriate advertising period at the April 26th, 2022 board meeting. Sorry for stumbling over that a bit. Is there someone who would like to make that motion in regards to the name? Trustee Long. And I will now turn it over to Trustee Perry to speak to those. You're not a trustee. Maybe one day to our Associate Superintendent of Business Services, Mr. Jeff Perry.
Great, thank you. Okay, excited to continue the process of naming the property out in the Crowsnest Pass. So like Chair Poitras just acknowledged, we went through some information in the February 28th meeting where we identified the process that senior administration would be taking in relation to the admin procedure 541, which is the naming of schools. In this case, it is the naming of the site, the property of the Crowsnest Pass, and we'll look at other options with regards to facilities that will be out there in the future. But just a little bit of a review for anyone that can't remember February 28th, wasn't that long ago, but sometimes I have a hard time remembering yesterday. So the Crowsnest Pass property was purchased by the board at the end of August of 2021. It is 4.62 acres of land, has an educational site and facility, and the facility is an exceptional home base for place-based student programming and staff professional development and so forth. So all this was taken into consideration in the process. In the February 28th process, we talked about, or in the February 28th meeting, we talked about process, and that as per Admin Procedure 541, the board believes in seeking feedback and input from the stakeholders. And so that process included reaching out to the communities throughout the division to look at, potential names for the site. And so as of February 28th to March 14th, there was an initiative of advertising through social media, website, word of mouth, communication through the schools for stakeholders, community members to provide potential names for the site. I believe we had 20 respondents in every community within the jurisdiction and 29 name suggestions. As part of the process, those names were brought to a committee that consisted of senior management, communications, pursuits, and place-based staff. I think there was 10 individuals as part of that process. And the names were reviewed and discussion was had, discussing the wording that was included in many of the names. Some of the words that were consistent throughout the submissions was campus, center, experiential, and learning. Those were common words. We even had words that were in the indigenous languages that were included as well. And so there was quite a variety. And there was names that included location, the site, and things of that nature. After much dialogue and discussion around all the names that had been submitted, it was pretty close to unanimous with regards to the direction that we felt as a committee we would go as far as making a recommendation to the board. And as you know, and as you just read, the Crowsnest experiential campus was a result of that. And so significant discussion went into identifying the location. It's in the area of the Crowsnest Mountain, the Crowsnest Lake, other areas that are really identifiable by Southern Alberta and the jurisdiction. Experiential can take into account so many different types of activities, but it does, experiential takes into account needing experience or place-based or those types of activities. And campus gives an indication of higher learning and ongoing learning. And the committee felt that that was the appropriate. There was hub, there was center, there was site, but campus again gives that meaning of higher learning and learning that's ongoing in a location specific for learning. And so we felt very strongly about that. So before you, you have the name that as a result of all those discussions, all the submissions and so forth, and we appreciate the amount of support that we received for this process. The additional process beyond this is that this name is brought before the board, and the board will have discussion, ask questions, and if so they so choose, they would approve this name in principle. And then according to procedure 541, it would be advertised for 30 days and allow for feedback. That advertisement would identify who to contact, who to give that feedback to, and provide the opportunity for the rest of the community to, all communities to provide feedback on that suggested name. That information will be brought back to the board at the April 26th meeting, and the board will have the opportunity to discuss and deliberate and determine whether they want to approve the name, the final name of the Crowsnest Experiential Campus. And then there's a lot of things that go after that, which with regards to, preparing for a grand opening, looking at signage and so forth. So one of the other things that was considered in this process, because we truly believe that taking into consideration the FNMI heritage in the area and our commitment to FNMI programming and respect for the land, the board does that at the beginning of their meetings where they acknowledge the First Nation history and so forth. And we really felt strongly about that as well. And so as part of this process, this is the name that's coming forward, but the intent would also be to reach out to our First Nation partners and find potentially similar words or sayings within the FNMI community that reflect Crowsnest or Experiential Campus. And signage would potentially include those words on the signage. And so it would be the similar name, but in the Blackfoot language, as far as what they would come up with regards to that. And we feel that the signage, having that type of expression, would be a welcoming for all people that can relate to not only the Crowsnest Experiential Campus, but also the First Nation component as well. That site will be used for First Nation programming, and we hope that it would be welcoming to those individuals as well that can relate to that. And yeah, so the discussion was also not just looking at the First Nation community here, but also the Métis and potentially Inuit, and that was something that was really important. So we would work on signage to reflect that as well. But just wanted to give you a whole, summary of the conversation that was had, in the dialogue that was had around this particular name, and why the entire group it was unanimously felt strongly about this. So that's the name that you have before you, and I don't know if anybody else had any additional comments in regard that they wanted to add. Daryl, did you or anyone else? I may have
I'll
missed
just
something.
add, I know Jeff's had a lot on his agenda topics this month, so it's hard to remember everything. We did discuss and even had conversations with some of the elders about not only representing in Blackfoot language, the idea and philosophy of this this learning place, but also extending that further to include First Nations, Métis, and Inuit as well in there. So it's going to be a little bit of a feat to take all that into a signage, but we have Carly, and she's she's very creative with how that could be displayed. But that will take us a little bit longer to reach out to representatives in those areas to make sure that we've got the spelling and that captures the philosophy behind the place. So I'll just add that.
Thank you to both Mr. Perry and Mr. Seguin. I also want to thank you on behalf of the Board of Trustees for bringing to us the timeline and the process that we met on February 28th, and we were able to see exactly how this process was going to look, and being able to see what it's going to look like and the dates that these things are going to come forward is really helpful, so that we're aware of who's involved and we can bring up those concerns. So we appreciate that meeting we had on the 28th, and we appreciate having this exciting information brought forward to us today. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to trustees if we have any questions or concerns or clarity that we are seeking on the name or the steps going forward. Trustee Long?
Well, I'm going to start off by being Mr. Negative. First of all, I really appreciate all the work that's gone into it. Absolutely, I see this as a very difficult task, and I mean that sincerely. And this is just me personally. I just don't find it catchy, if that's the right word. This is a bad word too, but creative, cultural, artistic. So if it's a discussion about an environmental campus, whether it be in someone's home, in a school, at a conference, and so are you thinking of attending the Crowsnest Experiential Campus? Just doesn't, and it's just a personal feeling, it just doesn't grab me. And I realize how difficult it is, so I'm certainly not giving suggestions. I wish I could. But it just doesn't seem catchy. That's the only way I can come about with it, or creative. That somebody that site. Oh yeah, I know the place. People hear the name, they remember it. That's a tough phrase to remember, given my age, would be. But I certainly like the idea of the Indigenous, the Blackfoot part of it, and probably you can't tell us the whole thing right now. You're saying you're going to have signage, and it's going to have Indigenous relationships and such to it. So I'm not saying I'm totally against it, because I can't visualize what you visualized just by you telling me. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Do you have any other trustees who have any questions or comments? Trustee Stankiewicz? No?
I very much appreciate all your work that everyone has put into this. I'm just wondering if there's still an opportunity for our discussion to be inclusive of the board for our input towards this naming the facility.
Thank you, Trustee Sangwitz. So definitely we can, at the February 28th meeting, we did go through who would be in those meetings, and we can definitely, as a board and with senior admin, at a later date discuss if that is a process that we want to change as who's a part of which part. But we did review that on February 28th, and we were given a document, the draft processing for naming of the facility, and yeah, right in there it talks about a committee consisting of senior admin, communications pursuits, place-based staff, etc. They will discuss, and the stakeholder input, and senior admin will share the recommended facility name with trustees. So if that's something that we want to revisit at a later date, we can, as far as process. But that is something that we did approve at the February 28th meeting. Is there any other questions or comments specifically in regards to, go ahead, Trustee Hodges? And then, sorry.
So you had 19, did you say 19 responses into this? Was it all out of community? Was it different communities? I just kind of wondered. Unfortunately, it's not a huge response. I was hoping for more community input, but I do appreciate the people that took the time to put some names forward. And so I just wondered if it was varied throughout the division or if it kind of came from one area more than the other.
We received responses from every community of the division, so it wasn't targeted in one area. There wasn't even significantly more submissions in one area than the other. So, and we had about 20 individuals with 29 suggested names is what it was.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
Thank you. And I just really wanted to show the appreciation to what you said about including all of our students in the signage, not only just our First Nations, but our Métis and Inuit too, because we do have a nice variety of students. Variety, that's not a very good word, but population of students. And so I really appreciate the thought that goes into that and making it an all-inclusive campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hodges. We do have a diverse demographic. Yep, there you go. We'll go to Trustee Toon and then to Trustee Avis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll echo the previous comments. Really appreciate the work that went into this. I think that the division makes huge efforts into making sure that we're an inclusive environment that respects our diverse cultures and backgrounds. For me, I'm kind of hesitant to approve this at this time. I'm wondering about tabling it till comes back with the recommended First Nations Métis Inuit component into it. I know that it's not the intent, but it feels like feels like an afterthought if it's not part of the official approval process. That if we had that as part of it, it might be a more cohesive and complete thing, because we are going out sharing this wide with the public, and we will get questions on, well, why wasn't that considered? And to me, that the timing of this, we're not in a, I know it would be great to have this in place for the summer for FACES and all the programming there, but we would have time to do that. And then if also there needs to be a conversation or dialogue with the board as so desired, that would allow that opportunity to happen and come forward at a future board meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Just for clarity around that piece, this might be best for Mr. Feller. I'm not 100% certain. Is when you spoke of the Indigenous piece and signage, but also will there be a second Indigenous name for the site, or will it be the same site name as best translated into Blackfoot or So that would be my question is this just a simple task of, not simple, I know the Blackfoot language is very complex, but getting that translation and having that piece as part of it? Or is it a whole consulting piece coming up with a different name? So whoever is best to answer that question. And I'm sorry, I know that we were going to go to Trustee Yagos next, but just before we discuss tabling this, I just wanted to get clarity on that piece.
Well, I wouldn't want to speak for the Indigenous perspective on what it should be named. There has been discussion around how to bring meaning and purpose to the name. And so just to go along with what Trustee Long had talked about, having the name the Crowsnest Experiential Campus in and of itself might not seem meaningful to us right now, but the meaning comes from our ability to connect with it through our land-based programming, through our experiences, and how we how we celebrate that opportunity in that area. Much like that sort of philosophy of, you take a look at WA Day School or FP Walsh or AB Daily School, those names may not mean much to somebody else, but they are certainly very meaningful to the people who are a part of those schools. And so they bring a new sense and purpose to that. That extends itself into things like faces. Faces may not mean something to somebody else, but once they've experienced it, then they're able to share that out. And so I bring that forward only because when we take a look at some of the names that could be used through our Métis population, the language of Michif, it was brought forward that, one of the words is almost like a phrase of bringing people together, a gathering spot to learn. It does take a while because not everybody has the same understanding of what those words actually mean. So to be able to consult and get enough feedback to ensure that we are not using an inappropriately spelled or misunderstood name is really important.
Thank you. So just for, go ahead, Mr. Seguin.
Thanks. Just if I could speak a little bit to the timing issue as well. And so this, we're following the admin procedure as it has stood in place for a number of years and through this process. And so that's what guided the decision making that we have today. As far as the timing goes, on the plan that was discussed with the trustees, it was to have the name presented here, approved in principle, hopefully, and then go out to seek any sort of feedback and that sort of thing to, say whether there's any major concern that we should be moving in a different direction or not. And the next board meeting, I think, is scheduled for April 26th. Should the name be given final approval at that point, then we've really got May and June, approximately 40 working days to pull together a number of things so that we would be ready for a grand opening in the fall. We still need to do some branding, the signage, promotion of the site, on my notes here, promotional materials, sorry, so that we can have information, pamphlets, the branding done so that we can go to corporate sponsorships and things like that, and to put invites together to send out to the dignitaries. So that's part of the overall vision and picture, is that we're aiming for a September open house, or grand opening, where we would need to invite a number of dignitaries. And so it's hard it just poses a problem to invite people without a name officially for the building. If the board wants to go back and revisit the process, I think it's a further conversation, because right now we are following admin procedure, but if there's a change to that and we want a different process, it might take more than a month or two to make a change. That's just a thought and a reflection, as I know Trustee Toon had a comment about the timing piece.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to table this until our next meeting. If we have any questions around the tabling, I just want to make sure that we have this right. The motion by Trustee Toon is that the Board of Trustees table this motion until after the FNMI component can be fully incorporated and presented as one name. Trustee Toon, is that proper wording, or did you want to table it until the next board meeting? And if the FNMI component had not been fully incorporated at that time, as Mr. Feller said, it could take some significant time, as we're not exactly sure how that process will go. Do you want to table it until the next board meeting or until that piece is fully incorporated, just for clarity?
Thank you. Yeah, I know I appreciate the comments and of the timing of this, but I feel that it's really important for us. We'd be in the same place if we put this till next meeting or whenever, and I feel we meet a lot often on other meetings where there's committee of the whole or whatnot, so we could turn that into a special meeting and approve it whenever it is, or come together just to do that. I really feel like that's a question I know I'm going to get from stakeholders as we continue on our reconciliation path. What are we doing as a board to make sure that this is intertwined in all our decisions that we do?
So the wording is good as it is. Perfect. Thank you. So just questions and concerns only around the motion to table. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I feel after listening to Mr. Seguin speak that we are just approving the name in principle, and that it is going to come back to us at the next board meeting. At that time, I feel like if we've had our conversation with our elders and anyone else who needs to, that it could potentially come back even at that meeting. I don't feel the need to table this.
Trustee Toon.
Point of order, Madam Chair. When a motion to table comes out, that should end debate and discussion. We should vote on the motion to table and then continue on based on the results of that. We're kind of diverging from proper process.
Thank you, Trustee Toon, for that clarity. I'm new in learning and I appreciate all the help I can get. So there is a motion to table this until the FNMI component can be fully incorporated and presented. All in favor of tabling this motion at this time?
Point of information?
Yep.
Did Trustee Toon want that one until the FMNI?
Yes.
Or is that
Yes.
is, he does want it? Okay.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. All in favor of tabling until such time? That is passed. So we will table this, and we will leave it till for admin to reach out to us when that piece is ready to come forward again, and it can be brought forward recommendation again. Thank you. I don't know.
I just need a clarifying question on the process now.
Okay. Just one
Can
sec.
I ask that?
Yeah, just give me 1 sec. The process that we approved on the 28th?
No, I just want the process now that we've tabled this. So if we table it to the next meeting and then it has to go out for another 30 days, is that the right process?
It is not tabled until the next meeting. It is tabled until the FNMI component can be fully incorporated and presented as one name.
Okay, so then it's tabled to whenever we have a next meeting, but then it still has to go out for 30 days. Is that correct?
Yes. That's the approved process. Anyone who wants to look back over that process again, it is in the draft. Well, it's in the meeting minutes from the 28th, but we also all have a copy. And so that is part of the process, is the trustees will, when they do, approve in principle, and then we discuss logo, grand opening, development, but it also will go out to the public for 30 days and then must come back for final approval. So I thank everyone for the hard work that you've put into this, and I appreciate that. I know the whole Board of Trustees does, and that we are looking forward to moving forward with this. And I appreciate everyone's comments and participation in this piece. So we will now move on to E8, the Professional Learning Committee. We have a couple motions here, so we'll just start with E8-1 or point 1. On the last Monday of every month, the board will have an hour virtual meeting to study the governance core by Campbell and Fullen. We'll rotate through participants to host or present chapters. A week in advance, each participant will submit quotes and questions, and we will set up a Google Doc and possibly a discussion board. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees is in favor of completing the book study as set out by the Professional Learning Committee. Can I get a mover on this? Trustee Yagos, and I will turn it over to you to present.
Thank you. As a committee, we got together and we talked about a book study. And the book, of course, is the one that we all have a copy of at this point, the Governance Core. We have looked at it, in parts of it already at our last PD session. And we would hope to do this because we cannot, it's very difficult to do this at our committee of the whole meetings. We don't have time or things like that. So one of the things we decided on or thought about was to set it up for the last Monday of the month. And the times of this could be from maybe 11 to 12 or 1 to 2, depends upon what the board would like. And then each participant in the group will then host that chapter, whatever is decided. And then each person will submit a quote and a question. Maybe it should be a quote and or a question. They don't have to be both. And then we'll just have a discussion on that. And that'll ensure everybody reads the chapter. And we could put that on a Google Doc board during the month just after they read it. And then on that Monday, we will discuss it. Unless Jocelyn, trustee, which has has anything to add on this, I guess we'll just put it to the board then.
Okay, does anyone have any questions or clarifying? Did you want to add anything, Trustee Sankwitz, or not at this time? Anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
So just reading on the last Monday of every month, are you going to have a set time that you plan on doing this? Or is this something you're going to come talk to the board about? Does this fall under our PD for our board and how we are claiming it, remuneration? I guess I just want some clarification to those, please.
Can I respond, Madam Chair?
Please
yes, we will have a set time. We will ask for a set time. As I said, we could either do it from 11 to 12, which everybody should be available then. Oh, and I'm sorry, the one thing I neglected to mention is if the admin office central admin would like to also take part in this, I think it would be really good if they did, although I know you are very busy. Because I think all of us will be on the same page then. The book is really good in terms of governance and development and everything else. So I guess that will make a decision. Will it come out of PD? Yeah, I guess it'll have to come out of the PD dollars. It'll be considered to be professional learning development and come out of the group PD.
Okay. This says here that the Board of Trustees, on the last Monday of every month, the board will have a 1-hour virtual meeting. My understanding from the committee notes was that this would be both board and senior admin Is that correct? And if so, does anything need to be amended or?
I guess the amendment would have to be the time. We didn't put a time in there. And I guess we could say from 11 to 12, unless that's a problem with somebody.
I would just leave it open in that way that the chair and the superintendent can sit and develop a time, because it might be based on admin schedule or whatever. And yeah, that would be my preference. That way we don't have to come and amend it.
Yeah. Does anyone feel like it needs to say that the book study will be with both senior admin and the Board of Trustees, or do you feel like it's okay that the Board of Trustees is in favor of completing the book study as set out? So I guess as set out by professional committee. Okay, then I'm okay with that. Any other questions or comments? Is there a start date?
And I definitely would say we invite the admin to take part with us, but that's up to their. But if they do take part, we expect them to participate by adding questions and coming to the meetings.
Thank you. Trustee Long?
How did you come up with the day Monday?
It was the most favorable for scheduling, I believe.
Okay, thank you everyone for the discussion around this. Trustee Yagos, did you have anything you wanted to add in closing, or?
No, I think.
Sorry, before you close, I missed Trustee Kimber's hand. Thank you so much for
Thank
that.
you. The Monday of every month, the last Monday of every month is, I would prefer if this was more open, where we could decide on which day it was going to be. Last Monday of every month may not work for everybody all the time. So by putting it in here, we're pigeonholing ourselves.
So I think if we look at the actual recommendation, it says that the Board of Trustees is in favor of completing the book study as set out by the Professional Learning Committee. So can the Learning Committee, I guess,
We didn't state
It's
in
not
here.
specific.
We're just making a suggestion. It's at the preamble, yeah, but we didn't state in the motion itself, in the recommendation.
But it says as set out by the Professional Learning Committee, and you've set it out as being the last Monday of the month.
Okay, it was a suggestion. We could leave it open, but we would like it to be on the Mondays because it seemed to be the most favorable. However, if it doesn't work, just like everything, we could change it, if that works for everybody.
Okay, so because it's not part, I've never dealt with having to, feeling as though the recommendation differs from the background information. The information that's being presented is specific to having it be exactly 1 hour and a date and stuff. Does that need to change then for trustees to feel comfortable voting on the motion, or are you comfortable knowing that the PD committee is giving this as an option, but it is flexible? The PD committee is the ones who will then make the final decision. Trustee Toon, then Trustee Long.
I know technically it doesn't say in the recommendation, but it does say as presented. So if we just altered the, no, not on the motion, on the top line, just say once a month. And then that way it's as presented. That way we don't have to worry about it. It's the preamble, so it's part of the presentation. We've had it before as presented, and the presentation changes.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Trustee Long now. Okay, that idea actually came from Trustee Long, and Trustee Toon stole it. Osmosis. Okay, so with the change in the preamble, I will, if there's no other questions, I will let Trustee Yagos close.
Yes, I think this book is a excellent book for us, and I think a lot of the things that we have talked about in the last little while since, that it'll give us a very good background to it and everything else. I know some people have already not only read it, but they probably memorized it. Uh, So I think this will be a great help for all of us, and so I hope we can approve it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the work from the Professional Learning Committee. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees is in favor of completing the book study as set out by the Professional Learning Committee. Moved by Trustee Yagos. All in favor? Passed. Thank you. E8.2 is workshop from Achieve, the Center for Learning, Strategies for Polarizing Interactions. It's on April 14th, 2022, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It is $109 per participant, which ends on March 24th, so you have 2 days before that. And then the regular rate is $129. At the end of this workshop, participants should be able to describe the psychological impact of COVID-19 on themselves and others, identify natural emotional responses to challenging interactions, demonstrate how to make people feel safe and set up conversations for success, explain workplace roles and how they impact the spheres of influence, and practice skills for having a challenging conversation. And the recommendation is the Board of Trustees vote in favor of a group attendance for this workshop. That's being moved by Trustee Yagos. Okay, and I'll let you speak to that.
Okay, this Trustee Kimber brought this to our attention. Even though it does talk about COVID-19, they have changed sort of the wording now on the workshop itself. So this is basically about challenging our responses to challenging interactions and issues like emotional issues that come up. And we know as board members, this isn't going to be the first one we have, or there'll be other ones. So it'll give us some indicators about this, about how to respond to it, and some ideas. We could do this. You could do this individually, or we could do this as a group. We can meet. Can't remember. It's from 11 to 2. And that is Mountain Standard Time. And each participant is $109, and there is no, that's the rate for it. So we can do this as a group, or you could do this individually. I think the idea was here when this was brought up, is that we could do it as a group so we could discuss it as, as the presentation goes on. And that's basically it. So I don't know if Trustee Stanovich has anything else to add to that.
Thank you so much for that presentation. For clarity, if we're attending this as a group PD, would we all be coming to attend it together here? Okay. Any other questions around this piece? I know we've discussed it at a meeting of the whole a little bit. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm unavailable that day. I have another meeting, but just a question under the remuneration for this. Is this coming out of group PD or individual PD? Because I think even if you're coming together, it should be individual PD, because that's kind of the budgeting pool that I think this best applies to personally.
So just for clarity, the motion is to attend as a group, so it would be group like board PD. So if that's changed, then that would change the intent of the motion. Thank you for that. Trustee Hodges?
I need to check my work schedule first before I can commit to this. I should have looked at it prior to the board meeting, but when I know, I can let you know, but I can't commit to the board PD at this time.
Trustee Long?
Yeah, I cannot attend on that day either. And my question is then, Should I abstain from voting?
Nope. Go ahead, trustee Toon.
Yeah, it was mentioned that we can't abstain from voting, but I would, in light of two positives and possibly a third, that we amend the motion to say individual trustee. I know it changes the intent of the motion, but the intent of group PD is to gain that all knowledge and experience together, like the previous motion of the book study. And if a few trustees aren't there, then that, to me, changes the outcome of what the PD would be. And we have the resources and dollars to still access it for the trustees who just so desire.
Yeah, maybe rather than an amendment, if this is,
Point of
go ahead.
information. Trustee Toon, Madam Chair, did Trustee Toon mean that we do it as individuals from whatever, because it is online, so we can do it as individuals from home. Is that was I don't know if
Yes.
that was his intent.
Trustee Toon, amendment is that the motion that the Board of Trustees vote in favor of an individual attendance for this workshop. My thought is that we leave the motion the way it is, and if it's voted down, then trustees can ask for it in the PD section, which has been pulled.
Okay.
So I guess we have the amendment to discuss at this time on the floor. Trustee Toon?
I'm fine with that. I'd pull the amendment and allow just to vote it down if so desired. The rationale behind moving it to individual trustees instead of when, as mentioned previously, there wouldn't be, and now speaking against the motion now that I've asked for the amendment to be stricken, would be that we have the funds available and it's only a 2-hour, 3-hour event. So bringing everybody in at an additional cost to sit when it's an individual type exercise and not everyone being there, I think is more aligns with best practice.
Thank you so much. Is there any other questions or comments around this? Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. The idea when I first suggested this to the Professional Learning Committee was that we were all together for some kind of a session. There was 2 at the time when I first brought this up, 2 different options of days. But it was to bring everybody together to work on communication as a board and difficult conversations as a board. So if we're going to vote this down, I would like to, I don't know if I have to make a motion or something for it, but to ask Professional Learning Committee to find something similar for the whole board.
So we will finish this piece and then you can make a motion arising from the meeting making that motion. So if there's no further discussion, did you want to close at this time, Trustee Yagos?
Yeah, I think if anybody is interested in attending this or going to it, they could put it, as you said, under the professional development one, because it was pulled out already and it will be coming. But yeah, that's basically it. It's up to each individual.
Thank you so much. So the recommendation on the floor is that the Board of Trustees vote in favor of a group attendance for this workshop. All those in favor? Okay, and that is defeated. Thank you. Okay, we're going to defer a little bit from our agenda item here. We're moving on.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
I still got a couple things under professional learning I'd like to talk about. I know there's not a motion, but there's just, well, because I didn't pull it out, because it is out already. Can I just make one other comment?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. If you all pull out your professional learning from the worksheets from the thing that we have, you will see at the bottom of it.
Trustee Yagos, this is separate. The Professional Learning Committee action items are different. We did pull out the professional learning and added it for discussion on as F7. So we will be visiting that as a discussion information item later. Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry about that. So we are going to though jump ahead to F6 because we really appreciate that we have Ms. Laura Stalker here, and we'd like to welcome her to our board meeting. F6 is occupational health and safety. Ms. Laura Stalker, Health and Safety Coordinator, will provide to the Board of Trustees with a divisional health and safety update. We appreciate you being here today, and we're so sorry that we are a bit behind schedule, but we're excited to hear from you, and I'll just turn the time over to you.
Perfect. Well, thank you for inviting me to come. Nikki's just going to pull up. I made a little presentation for you guys, just to kind of give an overview of what I do and who I am. So I've got the wrong date on there, but that's okay. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I'm Laura Stalker. I work for Livingston Range 50% and 50% at Westwind School Division. So I'm all over the south here. I've been here now for 3 years in March, so it's been great. Go to the next, that's okay. So basically what I do for the divisions is I make sure that we comply to the Alberta OHS legislation. The OHS legislation applies to all of the work sites in Alberta, except for the federal, like banks and those, they have a federal legislation that they have to abide by. The legislation was updated here in March 31st. And so I just kind of highlighted some of the key things that changed in the legislation. The legislation is 3 parts. There's the Act, regulations, and code. Most of the regulations got removed at this last update. So they just moved them to either the code or the Act, where they kind of fall in there. There was a lot that changed around contractors as well. And so that's one of the things that we're going to be working with. What the legislation says now is that if you have contractors come on your sites, we have to coordinate the health and safety issues and the health and safety work. So if someone is doing some tarring on a roof, let's say, they have to let the other parties know that they're doing it. They have to talk a lot about incident reporting. So if one of our contractors gets injured at our work sites, we have to be told as well. We coordinate committee minutes so that they can look at, if they're at a certain school replacing bathrooms or something, they can know where our committee minutes are. They can contact any of our committee members for questions or concerns. We have to verify their training. Hazard assessments, we can ask to look at those when we go on site to make sure that they're compliant when they're working on our places. And inspections too, so they can come along for inspections or we can go along with those inspections. So I really like this piece because it's really going to help for a lot of workplaces in Alberta with the contractors. The committees was also something that got changed a fair bit. That's okay. Before it used to be just the co-chairs had to receive training, but now they're making it that all members on the committee take training. And they changed what that training is. So before you had to pay, it was like $150 for the co-chairs to go take this generic training, but now we can develop an in-house course that's specific to our work site and how our committee operates and stuff. So I'm building that right now as well. So, okay, thanks. The hazard assessments. So over the summer, I created 18 occupational health and safety hazard assessments for all of the different occupations within the division. So a hazard assessment basically lists out all of the tasks that individual does in their job, such as like working with chemicals, those types of things. And then based on those tasks, I did a risk analysis. So I looked at the probability of incidences, the frequency of exposure that they're exposed to those, if the chemicals is the task, and the potential consequences. So I took those ratings and multiplied them and came up with a high, low, or a medium. And then we made sure that we had controls in place, especially for anything that was a high risk. So I looked at, can we eliminate some things? If we can't, we've got to make sure we've got some engineering controls in place. So in our science classrooms, that would mean like a fume hood that the science teacher uses those harsh chemicals in. There's administrative procedures, so that's your training and your signs. We added a lot more signage and things like that. And then any PPE, so the personal protective equipment, such as like the N95s, that some of our staff may need to use depending on what chemical that they are using. And then based on those hazard assessments, the training is an administrative control. And so I looked at what training that everyone needs based on those hazard assessments for their specific occupation. So the Alberta OHS Act in Section 3 talks about the employer's obligations, and this wording got changed a little bit here in December as well. But basically, the employer has to ensure that their workers are properly trained in any hazards they could be exposed to, which is an extremely large array of things in schools. And then the workers' obligation is also in the OHS Act. And it just mentions that workers are to participate in any training provided by their employer. It used to say participate and apply that training, but now they just say participate. So I thought that was kind of an interesting change there. But the employer also has to ensure that the work is done by a competent worker. So that's where the training comes in. So this large assignment came out to all staff based on their occupations, based on those hazard assessments this year. We use Public School Works to send out that training, and it goes out 3 times a year. So there's a bunch of courses in September, some in October, December, and then some in March. The higher occupations, or the higher hazard occupations, have more training assigned, such as your shop teachers, as opposed to an English teacher for obvious reasons, science teachers, custodians, bus drivers as well. So our Health and Safety Committee, and I'm going to talk about our committee here in a little bit, but the committee is going to review all of those courses, and we're going to make some recommendations to the senior admin team about the frequencies and get some feedback as to what staff liked about the training, what they didn't like about the training, how much is adequate, how much is too much. So our committee is going to be meeting in June, and we're going to discuss that. Yes.
Is there any government guidelines around how frequently that training needs to be done, or it's you get your certificate and that's that, but then you would like to make some maybe recommendations about redoing? Is that right?
There's about 5 things that they recommend, like confined space training, WMIS training, first aid training, but most of it is all just by that one sentence, ensuring that they're properly trained in anything they could be exposed to. So it's really a gray area, and we, as a committee, decided that we would take the youngest who doesn't know anything, and use that as our parameter and go from there. So, yeah, no problem. Next one, thanks. So our Health and Safety Committee has been operating since I've been here for the 3 years. We have 12 members on that committee. Half represent the employer, so supervisors, principals, and then we have the other half that represents the workers. We've got members from basically every occupation. It's a really great committee. We meet at least quarterly, so 4 times a year. Our last meeting was just here in March. Like I mentioned, our next meeting here is going to be in June. So once those minutes are approved, we email them out to all of the schools, have a site contact. And so we email the minutes and any safety topics out to those site contacts, the principals, and they talk about them at their staff meetings. They've got a safety board at each school that they post all of them at as well. In our committees, we discuss any concerns and incident reports division-wide. It's all confidential. We don't use names or even like schools in certain cases. We just kind of discuss what the issues are and how to fix them. Yes.
Just because you came back to the committee, I just had a question around it. I think it had to do with the first slide. You talked about contractors, like if they're tarring a roof or something like that, they have to, so before they actually tar the roof, they have to have a meeting with the committee. So the committee is aware of it first, and then they can move ahead and do it? Like, is that hinder it a little bit, or is that something that, sorry, that was really loud. Yeah, maybe just explain that just a little bit. I just wondered.
Sure. It just has to have that communication piece. And so we have, Greg is on our committee, and so he would know any upcoming projects, and he would just let the committee know that we're going to be renovating the bathrooms over the summer at such and such a school, or that kind of thing along. So there's just that communication is all, so. Some of the other things we discuss in the committee is, like we talked about here, the training, inspections. So when I go and do a school inspection, I'll talk about some of the findings. We talk about legislation changes. Usually we'll do a safety topic for some of the slower months or some of the mental health issues. We sent out quite a few of the safety topics to the schools about those topics. So in our meetings, we'll kind of figure out some of those topics that we need to discuss and send out information. We talk about some of the admin procedures. We talk about emergency response and any hazards that they encounter as well. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the summer inspections. I go and do the playground inspections. So I took a course a couple of years ago to become a certified playground inspector, and I use it to compliance against this Canadian standard. Usually how it goes when I'm there, I'll email Greg with those repairs that need to be done, and he takes the ball and runs with it. So some of the items I found, you can see this one slide here is at WA Day, and it has a 22-inch drop to the ground. Some of that is because the gravel needs to be 12 inches thick, and some of it's gone down a fair bit, so we need more gravel there. And so the legislation, that Canadian standard, says it can only be 15-inch fall there. So, and the seesaws at WA Day, they need some kind of shock absorber under the seats. But I know we haven't done a lot over there because they're going to be taking out some of that and replacing those. Out at Livingston School, they need to have 12 inches of gravel underneath their swings. So that's coming out with like all the barriers, but it's up on a hill. It's going to need some engineering and work there. And all of the schools, we need to get some signage that says, I don't know if you go to like the big cities school playgrounds, that they'll say this is managed by Livingston Range School Division. If you have any concerns, please call this number. It's recommended for ages 5 to 12 to play on. So those are some of the things that I found this last summer. Emergency preparedness is another thing that I look after. So I review some of the emergency response plans. One of the big projects we're doing is reviewing the colony response plans. Recommendations that I did was adding the directions to the colony and to the school and posting that on their exit maps, and adding the blue sign address. At Westwind School Division, we had a little girl last week that had a seizure, and the teacher phoned me and said, "Oh, I'm so glad you made me do that, because I was here all by myself and I was panicking because I couldn't even remember what the colony name was." And so, so I think that that's been a really good thing. Recording drills too. So I'm testing it at Western right now because I want to make sure that it's good before I bring it here. But so way to report that they've completed a drill. So I've created a Google form, and they can use their phones and scan the QR code and do it right from their phones and record that drill. And it comes right to an Excel spreadsheet, so you can look at it right away and see how many that they've done. Schools need to do 6 fire drills a year, which gets a lot, trying to keep track of them all. Right now, they print off a paper and write on it and scan it, and then I file it, and I think this would be a lot better. We do record it on Public School Works as well. Another thing that I look after is the defibrillators. So I've got a spreadsheet that when the batteries are due up or their pads are expired, then I order those and bring those out. So all of our schools have them, and we've got 2 here at Central Office, and there's 1 at the New Learning Center too. And training is going to be assigned per there's different models out there, so whatever those model is at the school, that staff at those schools will get trained on that. And I think that is everything.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We really appreciate, it's a lot of detail-oriented work. I'm not detail-oriented, so it's awesome that there's people like you out there who can do this. So we appreciate all the effort you put into keeping our staff and students safe and the work that you do and the work with the training. So we've got a question from Trustee Hodges. There's other questions as well. I'll let you go ahead first.
Thank you. I just had a question around, I know you get a lot of the direction because they're sent out to the provincial government and everything like that. I just wondered if there was direction because we now have a new insurance company, ARMAC? I can't remember.
ARMAC, yeah.
ARMAC. I wondered if they had, if you had to work with them a little bit in how some of that work in our schools related back to you. Is there extra that we had to do, or were they pretty good with everything? Because I feel like we're in a really good place, but I just wondered if there was extra above and beyond that we had to do with the new insurance.
Yes, there has been a fair bit. It's copied a lot of the same things, like the prohibited activities are still basically the same. We're looking at ways to, and I'm working with Jeff and the team. They've got I'm not sure what the subcommittee's name is, but I get pulled in there every once in a while to help with that. We're looking at how to record property incidences, vehicle accidents, a way to manage all of those. ARMIC also sends out people from Marsh, and they come out and do a whole school inspection. And so from that, we had some things that we needed to do. We've got another one lined up here in the next few months. I'm not sure which school we're going to this time, but we went to FP Walsh last time. And we toured the whole school. They wanted to look at different policies. So I had to write a hot work policy. So if someone's doing some welding in areas that aren't designated as a welding, we had to come up with a procedure and a form and a permit system. We had to come up with, if the fire system is down, the alarm system, we had to come up with a policy and a workaround how we're going to manage that. There's quite a bit that they ask maintenance-wise, but there is a lot of policies and procedures. So Greg took half and I took half, and we're getting her done. But yes, they did ask for a fair bit of things.
Thank you so much. Okay, Trustee Gimber.
Hi. First question is with regards to the inspections done at the playgrounds and how it's in regards to compliance to Canadian standards. What happens if they are not up to standard? Like, is it closed off, or how long do you have to? Can you just elaborate a little bit on that for me, please?
You bet. So the legislation changes every 3 or 4 years. A lot of our equipment is older. It only has to be compliant to when it was built, unless it was fixed in the meantime. But I don't have those records for every school, and my thought is I want it to be as safe as possible for the kids. So I do it to compliance to the new standards. And there is a lot of things that have to get changed. So we've got some slides, they have to have a 4-inch side on the slides now. Some are only 2. There's things like that. So Greg will weld an extra piece on there to come to 4. If he feels that they're going to be taking out that playground, then, like I say, at WA Day, we haven't done a lot because I don't know what's going to come out from there or what they're going to keep. I can make my recommendations there, but some things were scary. So I went to one of the schools, and it was about a 6-foot platform, and it was missing a whole side. And so I taped it off and phoned Greg right away and said, we need to get a piece of plywood or something up here. So if it's very dangerous, it's taken care of that day. And I stuck around till the maintenance guys showed up to put that piece of wood in there, just because it was summer and kids were playing all over it. We are again, I'm testing it with Westwind. One of the things with Armic was to have somebody sign off with playground inspections once a week. So I've made a Google form that the custodians will go out, and I've got just a few things that they look at, but it's a lot of garbage things or things like that that these Google forms cover. And they also want the custodians to sign off anytime they've removed snow and document that. So that's another Google form that I've made that we're testing it out with Westwind right now. So does that answer?
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Any other questions? Go ahead, Trustee Gimber. Thank you.
Thank you. So a lot of the presentation focused on the schools. I'm interested in the work that you do with the busing and transportation.
Perfect. So right now, I am being proactive and going out and watching school dismissals and the chaos that unfolds. At Westwind last week, a little boy got hit outside one of our schools there. He's in grade 2. It was a little bit scary. And unfortunately, I guess I'm behind, but it's how it works. So one of the things that I'm going to do is look at getting safety patrol programs set up, and also just I'm looking for some video training or book training that they can send to the students to help them around being a little bit safer around the schools and stuff too. And any incidences that happen, then I work with Rick and come up with, like, I've got a investigation if we have an accident. So last year we had a couple of bus accidents, and so I went on site and did an investigation into those as well. But I really like being proactive and hoping to stop things before they get crazy. And so that's why I'm just kind of doing a lot of these surprise visits and watching, parking outside the schools and checking things, how that is. But that's going to be my recommendation in the next couple of weeks, is to get some more safety patrol groups set up. This division has a couple of schools that have some really great safety patrol groups. Westwind doesn't have any, and I think that it would really be beneficial. We've changed a lot of where the buses park and where they pick up and things too in Westwind, just because we're open to seeing some different ways of how to do things. So.
And just to follow up then, so with regards to recording drills, would that include like fire drills on buses as well?
Yes, so buses have to do 2 fire drills every year as the fire code, and I'm told it's being done, but nobody ever uses a form, and I've never seen it. So that's one thing that we're going to start in the September year to make sure that they're doing those and recording them and sending them in so we can review them.
Thank you so much. So we really appreciate you coming today and sharing all this information with us and always being available and so on top of everything. We appreciate the work you're doing to keep our kids safe, and we just appreciate you, and please keep doing the good work that you're doing. So thank you so much.
Yeah. If you ever have any questions at any time, you can send me an email or phone or text or holler. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Okay, at this time, we are going to, Nikki, do we have lunch at noon today? Okay, I think what we'll do at this time is we will break. We'll do a 30-minute break for lunch today, and then we will come back. So, yeah, so we'll come back at 12:30. Thank you so much. we have everyone here? Yeah. Yes, and then. Okay, we're going? Okay, perfect. Welcome back. I'm sorry that we are coming back just a little bit late. I'm calling us back to order at 12:39. And that is my fault. I had to deal with a few other things. So thank you all for joining me back here. And we are going to continue on with our discussion items. We did move one, but we are going to start now back at F1. We had Mr. Jeff Perry hydrate so that he's ready to speak a little more this afternoon. F1 is the 2020-2023 budget announcement. On February 24th of 2022, the Minister of Finance for the province of Alberta announced the provincial budget. Minister LaGrange discussed school division details with board chairs, superintendents, and secretary-treasurers on the 25th of February. Mr. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent of Business Services, will share with the board the details of this announcement and the impact it will have on the Livingston Range School Division funding for the 2022-2023 school year. So we'll turn it over to you, Mr. Perry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. I'll just wait for Ms. Litwin to bring up the presentation. Thank you for that. I know we've had smaller discussions on this particular topic. It's been almost a month since the government came out with the budget announcement, and so, but I thought it was important to bring this to the board in a public board meeting so that they can identify what the announcement is and the potential impact on the jurisdiction going forward as we work towards a budget. It's important to note that further information, and I'll refer to that in the discussion, is coming out soon, near the end of March, in regards to some of the information. So I'll provide you what we have to this point, and within a week we likely will have additional information as far as details around some of the areas that we don't have a lot of details on. Yes.
And is that our personal division profile? That's what works out all the details?
It is the profile, but the funding manual will also come out at the same time, and the funding manual will have changes to it. Earlier in the board meeting, we alluded to the provincial government looking at thresholds with regards to operating reserves. We anticipate something like that will be part of it.
Okay.
There's other components that we're looking for more clarification as to how those will be allocated to jurisdiction, and so that detail hopefully will come out at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. So you can go to the next page. Perfect. So the biggest note of the announcement for the 2022/23 school year was that divisions would be held harmless. So no less funding than they had in the 2020-21 and the 2021-22 school year. That was good news. There are some, there's differences than what that might lead you to believe. As we go through the information, I'll provide that to you, but it is definitely good news, and so we're appreciative of the provincial government for, during the time of COVID, looking at that and holding the funding harmless for us. So we currently receive, and this is Alberta education funding, $41,915,000. Part of that is bridge funding, which is almost $2 million, and we've talked about this in our previous meetings, budget discussions, and when we went to the new funding framework, it would be disadvantageous to us by about $2 million, and so we would be losing that over time. And since that announcement of the new funding framework, we've received bridge funding, and over the last couple of years, they've held us harmless that way again. So the announcement that we currently received was a 1% increase announced on base funding. Actually, just this is a summary, I guess, first. I prepared this earlier, and now I'm just looking at it now. But the anticipated increase is a 1% increase in base. We anticipate that to be about $213,000. 1% increase in our plant operation and maintenance funding, which would be around $38,000. Summer school funding, we received a letter in about the same time, or just prior to the budget announcement that, and I think you're talking about this later on in the agenda, so I won't jump into it too much, but the impact of the response to that letter meant that additional funding would be provided in the summer school funding, in that they would not take into account the 2020 school year where we had no summer school funding or no summer school program going because of COVID. So it was good news for us that way. 4.6% increase in transportation grant, which is about $163,000, recognizing fuel, procurement, and other additional higher costs in that area. And of course, when you look at the WMA and how that works, we weren't quite sure how that would impact our funding. But what I have notified in here is that the bridge funding is almost $2 million. What ends up happening when they increase our funding, in order to hold us harmless, they will actually decrease our bridge funding. And so we were unsure at the time that I originally put this out, but we know now for certain that that will be the case. Excuse me. You can go to the next slide. So other targeted funding that was announced as part of this announcement was curriculum implementation funding. We know that there's the implementation of new curriculum coming forward, and the government has designated 59 million province-wide in the 2022-23 school year, 84 million the year after, and 48 million the year after that. The purpose of these funding is for the development and procurement of quality resources, for capacity building for teachers and school leaders, and we anticipate more information coming out here at the end of the month or over time with regards to the implementation side of things and how the funding will be allocated to jurisdictions, but we anticipate that we'll receive a component of that. We're just not sure how. They also announced student well-being funding. So given the significant years that we've had in COVID, funding of 30 million and then 40 and 40 in the next 3 years for wraparound services in learning disruption, mental health, therapy, including occupational and speech, mentoring, and before and after school programs. So these are areas that it can be used in. And I would anticipate that jurisdictions will have to come up with plans as to how they utilize the funding that will come to them. How that will be allocated, we're not quite sure yet either. We're waiting additional information on that. Okay, Nikki. Additional information that we know that there's funding for educational choice and including the collegiate model, and is supported by post-secondary and industry partners to help create clear pathways for students into post-secondary education and career options that are in high demand. This includes dual credit opportunities, and 2 million has been targeted for CTS and dual credits. There's been 1.5 million or 1.5 billion in school capital projects. Of course, at this point, there's no LRSD projects as part of that that amount, and 209 million capital maintenance renewal dollars, which is, I believe, is an increase of $103 million from the prior year for the province. So we look forward to more information on that. Again, I mentioned earlier, funding profiles were committed to come out by the end of March, and the funding manual by the end of March as well, which will provide additional information. So how does that impact us? These are just estimate numbers. We'll find out more detail in the next little while and be able to quantify it to a better extent, especially how the WMA will affect us. But we anticipate about a $614,000 increase in funding, but then we anticipate a decrease in our bridge funding, which will hold us harmless for the amount of funding that we received last year, but it'll be allocated to different areas based on those percentage increases. So the division gets 41,915, and it'll be the same next year. We will need to take into account increased costs in areas of staffing settlements, procurement of supplies, fuel, utilities. Those are all things that'll be part of the budgeting process. And we also in the current year have a $1.4 million deficit that we'll have to review and see how we utilize our existing operating reserves to support the next year's school program. And future years bridge funding will be reduced to only having to reduce $1.4 million after that instead of the entire $2 million based on this announcement. I mean, those are some things, although we won't experience the increase like other jurisdictions that don't have bridge funding, it still gives us an additional year to transition to a point where we have fewer dollars, and so that's appreciative. And the hold harmless is a good news story, but we look forward to seeing what the detailed information is when we receive our profiles and the funding manual detail. But so that's the information that I have in regards to the announcement, what we know to this point. Is there any questions, Madam Chair?
Thank you so much, Mr. Perry. We're going to open it up for questions from the trustees at this time. I just have a question. When the province announces its budget, this is a little bit broader, but when they announce its budget and there's a certain amount set for education, we know that the minister has committed like $70 million towards chartered schools for buying land, building chartered schools, and furnishing them. Does that come directly from that same pot of money that our education budget is coming from? That money is the same pot? I think your mic might be dying because it's flashing.
It probably is, which means it's time to stop talking. But I would anticipate the announced funding would include, so when they say there's this amount of money for educational purposes in the province of Alberta, it would include those dollars. Just like they include the capital that we receive for our dollars in that. Of course, we don't have an approved project, but any announced project is part of that announcement. And so I would anticipate that it would be included in that, the funding announcement, yeah.
Thank you so much. Is there any other questions from other trustees at this time?
Okay, I'm almost done.
No? Okay. Well, I already asked my questions. So.
I'm sure more questions will come out after we receive the profiles and the funding manual with relation to what impact that might have on us. So
absolutely, waiting for those finer details. The devil's in the details, so we look forward to hearing about those once that comes out. So thank you, Mr. Perry. We appreciate that. We'll move on to F2, the Edwin Parr nominee. So always an exciting time of year. Mr. Richard Feller, Associate Superintendent of Human and Learning Services, will provide the board with information regarding the Livingston Range School Division 2021-2022 Edwin Parr nominee. This nomination is sponsored by the Alberta School Boards Association and is limited to eligible first-year teachers only. So we'll turn that over to Mr. Feller.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that introduction because it's pretty much what I wanted to say. It's an exciting time of year. Livingston Range has always done a really good job of attracting and retaining many of our amazing teachers. And this year, it was very difficult because we did have so many amazing first-year teachers to come up with a nominee from the pool. Fortunately for us, we were able to nominate Mr. Ben Pascal, who teaches at two schools, one in Grantham and the other at FP Walsh in Fort Macleod. A phenomenal nominee for our jurisdiction. The principal, Chad Jensen from FP Walsh, has said that Ben is exemplary in building positive and productive relationships with our entire school community. He takes the time to ensure all of his students feel a strong sense of belonging. Ben celebrates the diversity in his classroom and uses humor to connect with the students. So right there, we know that Ben is relationship focused and has the skill to be able to help our students learn the things that they need to do. If you go to our website, there was a nomination announcement, as well as a 4-minute video that will be used as part of the package going forward I think it's in end of May, or sorry, end of April for consideration. And unfortunately, we can't get the little teaser video to go to play. So we might have it. Okay. Let's see if this will work. I think that is the full 4-minuter. Yeah, we'll if you would like to check that out, Carly Bond has done an amazing job of capturing some of the amazing things that Ben has done over the last year, and has put it into a video that really speaks to who he is and how that is related to all of the things we do in Livingston Range. So are there any questions about our nominee, Ben Pascal?
Thank you, Mr. Feller. Any questions at this time? It looks like none. Oh, here we go. Trustee Hodges?
I have to comment. This is one of my favorite things, being part of the zone. This is such a great opportunity to meet a whole bunch of first-year teachers, and just a great way to celebrate them. I just hope that maybe Livingston Range will win this year. It'd be great.
Yeah, I echo that, and I have 2 boys that go to FP Walsh. And Mr. Pascal, my son lost a great teacher in his science teacher, who just was moving into a different area when Mr. Pascal came in, and he was like, oh, we're getting a new teacher. And he was so excited after about 2 classes, and he just loves Mr. Pascal. My other son is younger and doesn't have him as teacher, still knows who he is, still has a connection to him, and he is a wonderful student, a wonderful teacher. I was going to say student teacher. He's a wonderful teacher, and being in one of the communities that he works in, I hear his praises often, so I'm not surprised by this nomination. So thank you very much for bringing that exciting news forward, and we look forward to hearing how he does at the Edwin Parr banquet, and maybe he'll be on his way up to Edmonton as well. So thank you very much. Okay, with that, we are going to move on to F4, advocacy letter regarding summer school. At the February 14th, 2022 board meeting, the advocacy committee was directed to write a follow-up letter to the Minister of Education regarding the need for LRSD's unique summer school programming to be held financially harmless throughout the pandemic. Trustee Hodges, the advocacy committee chair, is excited to share that on February 18th, I guess I'll share it for you. On February 18th, 2022, we received a letter from the Honorable Minister Lagrange confirming that LRSD summer school program will indeed be held harmless, negating the need for a follow-up letter. I'll turn it over to Trustee Hodges to share more about that.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, as we directed in our motion, I just wanted to make sure we came back and closed our motion off as there wasn't the need, and I'll just read, excuse me, just a part of the letter that Minister Lagrange sent to us, that she recognizes the unique nature of Livingston Range School Division FACE's summer education program, and also appreciates the inclusion of the 2019-2020 summer school enrollment data in the calculation of the average used to allocate summer school funding has significantly negatively impacted our division summer school funding for 3 years. As a result, Alberta Education will make funding adjustments for Livingston Range School Division summer school grant allocation to exclude the 2019-2020 school year from its calculations, which was just a win-win for us. FACES is such a great program that we have through Livingston Range School Division, and we wanted to be able to offer it the best way we could. And it is a unique program, and so we were super excited to receive this letter, and which negated having to send a letter asking for to be reviewed again. I would maybe consider advocacy writing a thank you letter back to the minister, just in closing it out. So I just open it up to any thoughts on that. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions around that discussion item? Okay, thank you very much. It is very exciting. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
I would support writing a letter of thanks. I think that's a good idea.
Okay, did you want to put a motion on the floor? Trustee Hodges or Trustee Gimber?
Sure, we can, the Board of Trustees direct advocacy to write a thank you letter back to the minister, CCing our MLA and anyone else who was included in the letter, just thanking them for holding us harmless for the BASIS summer program.
Maybe a thank you letter to the Minister of Education in regards to her summer school hold harmless letter, or in regards to her letter on February 18th?
Yep.
Yeah.
Advocacy is going to be busy.
18th, 2022. I think that should be good. That the Board of Trustees direct advocacy to write a thank you letter to the Minister of Education in regards to her letter, maybe her letter to the board or the letter they received. No, in regards to the letter received by the board. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion around this motion? No? Okay. All in favor? Sorry, I have to read it before we vote. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees direct advocacy to write a thank you letter to the Minister of Education in regards to the letter received by the board on February 18th, 2022, moved by Trustee Hodges. All in favor? Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, perfect. So we'll move on to F5, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, and innovation in First Nations education. Mr. Richard Feller, Associate Superintendent, Human and Learning Services, will provide the board an update of the work being accomplished throughout the division. Mr. Feller?
Thank you. As just part of my work personally in my commitment to truth and reconciliation, I would like to begin with speaking a language that isn't mine, but it is something that acknowledges the importance of the Blackfoot language in everything that we do. And so I'm just going to start off with Oki Tsanadapi, which is hello, how are you? As a board member, you may run into that phrase often, and there are a couple of responses that would be appropriate that I'm going to work with you on today. So Oki Sanadapi means hello, how are you? Your response, if you're good, it's Sukapi. Sukapi. If you're really good, it's Itsukapi. And if you're not well, it's Matsukapi. So I will just do that one more time. As part of the work and in the research, we're supposed to do it 3 times to try and make it solidify in our brains. It has taken me way more than 3 times. It is not a language that works in my brain nearly as well as I wish it would. So, Oki Sanadapi. Your response, if you are good, is Sukapi. If you are really good, it's Itsukapi. If you're not well, Matsukapi. So, Oki Sanadapi. And one of the elders would always say, Itsukapi. Like, that's really good if you throw in the hand symbol. So as part of my journey in learning about Blackfoot people and Indigenous communities throughout Canada, I have been honored with a Blackfoot name. And so I would like to introduce myself in my Blackfoot name. Oki Nadanagu Apinako Tuiskima. So my Blackfoot name is Morning Horse Herder, and it was given to me by Elder Peter Weasel Moxon quite a few years back. And as I was leaving the naming ceremony, I was stopped by a Blackfoot elder, and I wish I would have asked what her name was, but I was nervous in that moment, and all I remember her saying is, "You've been given this name, make sure you honor it in everything that you do, and especially in working with our children." And so I really want to express my appreciation for being given that name, but also the the worry that I have in not being able to do that work, because it's so important. Nikki, do you mind just changing the slide, please? It is so important in everything we do because it bridges relationships between individuals while celebrating the diversity of our communities. I would like to start off with a quote at the very bottom. Lisa McCullough is a superintendent from Sea to Sky in British Columbia. We had an opportunity to meet with Sea to Sky and talk about some strategies that we wanted to implement going forward from last year. And so I would read this to you, and it says, "Elders would say to me, what's good for our children is good for all children. When you focus on those most vulnerable people, whoever they are, wherever you work, wherever your responsibilities are, the strategies that you employ to support them end up being universally available to everybody." I would like you to go back in your memory a little bit to when Lisa Furukawa was doing the presentation on inclusion. And some of the work and the words that she was using is really aligned with this, and it's intentional. Everything that we do in our work in Livingston Range is aligned with every student every day. And when we do that, we make the decisions based on that importance. All of our professional development this year is really trying to create a continuum of supports that moves from the universal to the targeted groups, people who need that support. And so this is not just an Indigenous, or sorry, this is not just a Western way, it's also an Indigenous way. And I would like to acknowledge that most of this work that I'm presenting to you today is not just my work, it's our work. And it's built upon much of the work that has been done in the past. We have been on a journey in Livingston Range to really try to, what we used to call, legitimize Indigenous ways of knowing and being. No longer do we need to use the word legitimize, because legitimize was never the right word. Legitimizing something means that we have to prove that it's worth it. Indigenous ways of knowing doesn't need any proof that it works. It does work. And so our job is to now move that through our system as an authentic piece and an authentic way of learning. So with that in mind, we started this year off with that foundational principle of learning from the elders. So our First Nation Working Committee, First Nation Métis Inuit Working Committee, started off our year in going up to one of the Vision Quest sites that's just above the Buffalo Jump, just west of town. And we were able to go and have a conversation with two elders, Morris and Betty Ann Little Wolf. The intention was to ensure that we were using Indigenous ways of knowing and being and not having a specific outcome that we wanted to achieve. What the outcome was learning. And whatever we were to learn at that point was really up to the elders. It wasn't up to us. And so as we sat there for the few hours, the learning that I had was potentially different than somebody else, but it was the learning that I needed in that moment. And so in talking with the First Nation Working Committee afterwards, many of them had received a learning that they hadn't intended. And so how does that relate to what we expect for our students in the classroom? Our students in the classroom are often given objectives at the beginning of the day. This is what you're going to learn between this time and this time. And then we check to make sure that they learned this outcome from this time to this time. But what we didn't check was what they actually learned. There are far greater things outside of those intended outcomes that we don't ever check on. And so that's just one way, one small way that we can honor the Indigenous ways of knowing and being. As you look through this list, you'll see that there are people associated with each of them. The connection through story with Sean Lessard, I don't know if you remember Sean Lessard from our divisional PD day. However, he talked a great deal about creating space, a safe space to learn. And in that safe place, is where people will be able to get that sense of belonging. This is something that we've been working on all year with our schools, and we have schools that are really focused this year on creating space for students to feel that they belong. If you look at Shelley Moore, Building Inclusion and Equity in Schools, everything she talks about is within that continuum of supports that when we focus the work on those who are most disadvantaged, we will be able to support all learners. Our collaborative response, we are not now looking at the deficit model where we have students who are not achieving and we're focusing on all the reasons why they can't achieve. We are now focusing on what is the focusing issue that's getting in the way of the learning and the strength that these students have to overcome some of these challenges. We needed to get a little bit specific in some of the work that we do so that we can move from theory to practice. And that's where you'll see a couple of these pieces here for professional development around Indigenous Numeracy Day with Sharon Meyer. Sharon is a researcher out of the University of Saskatchewan, and she did a year-long research project where they looked at how to help non-First Nation teachers incorporate Indigenous mathematics and science into their lessons. Really, for us, it's really quite easy to see how Indigenous understandings fit within the context of social studies and English and language arts, but it's not so easy to do that in mathematics and science. There's a depth of understanding that's needed that many of us don't have. There's the worry that we are trying to teach something that isn't ours. And so having that support from an Indigenous researcher has been helpful. Many of you have probably met Justin Zudeman and Ty Provost over the years, and they do a great job of working together to do some professional development around traditional games. And the other day I had an opportunity to be in one of our schools and see this actually in phys ed with a grade 2 class, where they were actually doing traditional games and meeting the standards and the outcomes set forth by Alberta Education. Elder Joe Eagle Tail Feathers took a group of staff last weekend to tour some historical and sacred sites around the Kainai Reserve, and everybody that participated loved it. Joe was able to talk about some of the stories and how that has affected where we are today. And so that work moving forward now has a connection to the land, which I think is also important. Nikki, can you move the slides? Thank you. This is the piece that Lisa had talked about in her last report with you, and talked about how our school division a couple of years ago had been working with Dr. Gibb out of the University of Lethbridge to indigenize their program called Building Brains Together. We won't go into the link, but if you have some time and you get in there, you'll see people like Carl Braverock, who is from the Kainai Reserve, who has worked in Fort Macleod for many years with our schools, with the Fort Museum, telling stories and spreading those teachings to both Indigenous and non-Indigenous students. This is an example of a grassroots movement where we had teachers, support staff who were committed to making these connections for our families. Nikki, do you mind changing the next one? Thank you. We're really, really excited about the opportunity we now have. Well, we had it before, but the opportunity to do it in-house, to do an Indigenous history and land-based course with some of our students from Matthew Halton as a pilot in May. We had sent 2 staff members to Ottawa who were able to be trained in science, technology, engineering, and math. And we were able to work with ACTUA as well as some of our community elders to establish what it is that we're going to be learning during that time, linked both to the time of the year and how Indigenous peoples use that time of the, or what activities were the Indigenous people of the time doing in May, and linking that back to science, technology, engineering, and math for some of our students. So that being a pilot project, we're hopeful that we can do 4 camps a year going forward, where we can do all of our seasons and experience that. And it's not just for Indigenous students; it's for all students. One of the comments that was made for this program is it's about time. And so I appreciate that. I know that we're not there yet. We have lots of work to do, and we're on that journey, but I can share with you that every one of our intentions here is to ensure that we're doing this in a good way. Nikki, next slide, please. We started last year with 2 books that were commissioned. We are now up to 10 books. We haven't received them yet. We're hopeful that by the end of this year, we will have our Indigenous language books that will be able to go out to all of our schools. Jason Eagle Speaker is a community member and has been doing some publishing and writing for many years. And so we're excited to be able to support locally. Nikki, the next slide, please. Student-centered supports. Again, I talk about the fact that we move from theory into practice, but those two can't be separated. We just need to make sure we have some more practice rather than just theory. And so Elders in Residence has been a program that we've had for a few years now, and we recognize the power that that has. We have elders that are regularly in 4 of our schools. However, we do have support for all of our schools to access elders when there are elders available and there's a desire for them to be in their schools. The Legacy of Hope exhibit you saw up at the Cass Indigenous Gathering, that had been here in Fort Macleod at FP Walsh. We do have, I believe, all of the pictures from each of those exhibits saved so that we can use them in the future. The website is also very good for resources as well. One of the key pieces that we always talk about is relationship. And we know that there are reasons why we are the way we are, and we need to recognize that we can get to that once we have relationships with our students. And so we've been doing a lot of work through Dr. Massey and Dr. Schwarzenberger, meeting with schools and talking about, what are the impacts of trauma and how can we address those in a holistic way in our schools. And I'm hopeful that we'll start to see some of those really strong results in the upcoming year. Finally, our First Nation Métis Inuit cultural projects. These are the things where our students are 100% engaged in, whether it be drum making, teepee construction, traditional games, native art. It's really bringing alive some of those connections. And while this isn't just, this is just one piece of the many things that we do to support Indigenous learners in our schools, but it also supports our non-Indigenous as well. And that is it for the update. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you so much, Mr. Feller. It's always exciting to hear about the new projects that are happening throughout the division, and a lot of really exciting work going on. Is there any questions from trustees at this time? Trustee Long, we'll start with you.
Not a question, Mr. Feller, just a wonderment of having the Siksika members and the Strathmore students do their musical presentation on a Division PD Day.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure I can get through another presentation. I don't think I have any tears left. It was an amazing presentation at Cass, and those students really are an example of what amazing things can be done by students, and I do believe that our students would certainly benefit, as well as our staff would benefit from being able to participate in that play called New Blood. For those of you who weren't there, it was phenomenal.
Somebody that was sitting behind us said something about somebody was filming it, or Oh, yeah, you were sitting with me. What was the comment about, not CBC, what was it?
So they actually travel quite a bit and perform in multiple places. Betty Ann Little Wolf was saying that she's seen it 3 times at a high school here, and at the University of Lethbridge. But she did say that they would be making it available via video, but they were still working around the logistics of that because it's so impactful for anyone who is there. It's just, you watch a video of someone performing Les Mis, or you see Les Mis. This is way more powerful than that, and just being in person. And so they are still just working out the logistics of exactly how much they want to put on film and how it would be distributed then. So there is discussion of it.
Canadian Film Board. So, I mean, they wouldn't have to come live, and yeah, it could be all students and all staff could view it. That'd be incredible.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate those thoughts. Any other questions at this time about any of this programming or moving forward? Okay, perfect. Okay, well, thank you so much, Mr. Feller, and we know that there's always things in the works, and we look forward to hearing more about some of those programs, and as we move forward in Livingston Range, following that, what is good for Indigenous students is good for all students is something we found to be true. So continue that work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gitamatsan means I will see you again.
I'm good. Sagapi. Okay, thank you very much. So we have had our occupational health and safety already. We moved that up in the agenda, and we are going to go to F7, which is a discussion item from Trustee Yagos. She asked to have the professional learning pulled out, and we will discuss that. Nikki, are you able to bring up the committee report that was sent in? We'll just give you a minute to do that. Is that okay, Trustee Yagos? Or Trustee Stankiewicz? Okay, perfect.
Yes, I'm speaking to the survey. I think it's on the bottom. Here we go. We're going to be sending this survey out to all the board members, so we can have direct input from you as to what you want to see, what specific conferences, what format you'd like, topics you'd like to discuss, and priorities, which is most important. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any questions around this? Is there a time you want it back to you by? Go ahead, Trustee.
We'd like it back as, let's say by the next board meeting, because it wouldn't take you that much longer. You could just run it off and fill it out, or do it. Well, you can't do it online because this isn't inducible to do it online. So just run it off, give it to us, and either Trustee Stanowich or myself, and we will see what it is. Remember, this is for next year too, because this is already March, so we are planning things now. I do know Trustee Gimber had a suggestion she was going to bring up, so maybe on this you could put it, or unless you wanted to make a motion, but that's up to you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Sorry, does it need, you want a physical copy of it then, not emailed? Okay. Is that correct?
So we will be creating a Google Doc for learning opportunities that all trustees are interested in, so we can be sharing them as they come up and make sure that we're addressing them in prompt fashion.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or concerns around the survey? Okay, thank you for bringing up that discussion piece. And then we will go to F8. Oh, also in F7 is professional learning requests. So we will go ahead and if there's any trustees who would like to request professional learning, they can do so at this time. Go ahead, Trustee Gimber.
Shaping the Future Conference, April 21st to 23rd. I'm looking for approval for the virtual component only. $145 includes keynote and 15 sessions. Lots of information. Grade FNMI information is also included in this conference. So I'm seeking for approval for that conference, please.
Thank you very much. Trustee Stanglitz?
I would also like to attend.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Toon?
And I would also virtually as well.
Thank you. I would also like to attend. I'm not 100% sure that I can, but I would like to put my name in for approval in hopes that I am able to, and Trustee Yagos as well. So just, I don't know who all has looked at this, but there are different breakout sessions that you can go to, and the ones that you select, you get a recording. So you're going to get 15 different recordings that you will have access to. I don't believe that you're able to download them, but you will have access to them for a portion of time. And so even if the timing doesn't work for you, you will have access to those pieces. And I'm not really sure that we can share them with each other. I'm not sure the format exactly at this point. So just for that information. And it is also happening in person. So, okay. So we'll vote on these one by one. So if there's no one else requesting that information or to attend that PD session, the Shaping the Future, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Trustee Gimber?
I'm also seeking permission to attend the Achieve Center for Leadership Strategies for Polarizing Interactions, April 14th, from 11 to 2 for $109 if either the chairperson or somebody else will register me prior to March 24th, please.
You bet. Perfect. And go ahead, Trustee Yagos.
Yeah, I would also like to register for that one.
Yep. Okay, and I'd like permission to go to that one as well. Okay. If there is no one else seeking, we'll call all in favor. Perfect. Is there any other PD professional learning opportunities coming up that we're seeking approval for individually? Not at this time. Okay. Perfect. So, yeah, Trustee Gimber.
Before you move on, I'd like to put a notice of motion regarding group PD and communications.
Perfect. For the next meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Oh, it's not ma'am. Are we going with PL from now on over PD, professional learning over professional development? Doesn't matter. I know that it changed to professional learning. PD sessions. Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll accept both. I will. I can wrap my mind around it. Okay, perfect. So we've made your notice of motion, and to both the notice of motion, just a reminder that they are due in a week before our next meeting. Okay, and then we will go to F8, the Regional School Council Committee Report. I asked to have this pulled. I was able to attend the Regional School Council last time, and I am grateful for the two new trustees taking on the regional school council while they're both very new to the role and really making it their own. So now that you've had 2 meetings and made a few changes, I just wanted to pull this and maybe get a verbal report from you guys on what's working, how's it going, if there's ways that we can continue to support you, and just get a little bit of a verbal update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It'll be my pleasure. Regional School Council is lots of fun and near and dear to my heart. I love it. It's great. So basically, an update, we have a monthly newsletter that goes out called the RSC Review. It's included everything from ASCA, Alberta School Council Association, who they are, kind of going right back to the basics, to explain to school council members who maybe are not familiar with what ASCA is and what ASCA does. We've also talked about available professional development, how they can access that, mostly through ASCA, as well as the ASCE grant, the $500 grant that some of the school councils, well, all of the school councils can access. And then most recently in our March meeting, we actually had a regional school council meeting at the beginning of March, we decided to go through the ASCA resolutions. There weren't very many of them this year, but in past years there's been significantly more. And when we did that, we had a panel of, there was the senior administrators there was principals, council members, trustees, and it really opened up the conversation to each of the resolutions. And I think there was a really great deepening of understanding of a lot of things that go on in the division, and just an explanation in the education process in the province even. I found it tremendously valuable having, I know Mr. Seguin was great in his input that he had. Even Mr. Perry contributed without actually being there. He sent in like a report. It was fabulous. And the initial feedback that I've received so far from it was that it was really well received. They enjoyed being able to be interactive with people on it, and I would be more than happy to continue hosting this kind of a thing every year for ASCA resolutions. I think it's a great way to connect the community, our school councils, with a panel of experts, I'll call it. So as always, if there's any suggestions, we welcome them in learning this committee. Is there anything Trustee Stankiewicz wants to add?
Thank you. I was able to attend that meeting, and that is one of the comments that I heard was, I know that the resolutions are nothing this year, but in years past, I wish this meeting existed, and so I hope this is going to be a yearly thing. And you guys said that you would discuss that, but it made a big difference, and I appreciate that. Trustee Yagos?
Yeah, I attended that meeting, and at our last Tri-School Council meeting, one of the principals brought it up to talk to the parents about how exciting it was that they were, and you know what they discussed. And I'm talking about the diploma marks, you know, the 10% and that versus the 30%. So yeah, it was, the comments I heard were very well received, and I think I would like to see this again, because as I said, it's not usually a council meeting that they bring things like that up. So that was great.
Oh, look at Carlos just beaming. It feels good. It feels good to connect to those parents and help. So there's no other, just kidding. Trustee Toon has had his hand up, and I have not been seeing him, so I apologize for that, Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I just echo the comments to Trustee Gimmer and Stankiewicz. The feedback that I received from the school council, that there was a new chair that went as well. They thought it was phenomenal, really appreciate the discussion, and helped them prepare for school council to discuss the resolutions, and the newsletter as well. Yeah, getting tons of great feedback on that. So good job. You guys are amazing.
Okay, we'll go to Trustee Hodges.
I'm sorry, I was not able to attend, but I still received feedback from it. I work late on Thursdays, so. One thing I really would like to emphasize on that I think that's been the best out of all this is that the resolution parts and actually having principals and Mr. Seguin, and you said Mr. Perry sent in a thing too, because when developing resolutions, parents always have the best intent when they're sending in the resolutions, but sometimes don't realize the impacts that it can sometimes have on the schools or other areas around. And so just having that open conversation that you were able to have with the school councils was really beneficial, and we've always struggled a way to make that happen the best way. And so I think that the way that you two have headed this committee and the direction you have taken it is a real positive way. So I appreciate having all those voices at the table to those resolutions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate the panel of experts comment, because Lori and I have attended, and other trustees as well. And when changes are happening on the floor to these motions, and then they're like, I don't know, what our council didn't discuss how we would vote if this or that changed. That conversation that happens in that room can really help impact those decisions. So it's wonderful changes. It's great to see these things happening and engagement coming. Like Trustee Yago said, conversation happening. So we appreciate the good work that you're doing, and I appreciate you being willing to share on this with me, just pulling it out here. So if there's no further discussion on that, okay, so we will move on to our key messages. Meeting of the whole? Yeah, we are going to go on camera. Okay, we'll discuss then. Okay, so we're going to start with our key messages. It was a great meeting today. It took a little longer than anticipated, but does anyone have anything that stood out to them today that they would like to share at our school council meetings coming up? Give everyone a minute to kind of review here. Go ahead, Trustee Hodges.
I think our 10-year facility plan and 3-year capital plan, the change that has been made to it, and that moving towards, the community initiative.
Okay, I think that's great. I don't know which of you had your hand up first, so I'm going to go with Trustee Stankiewicz.
The Edwin Parr nomination.
Perfect, Edwin Parr nomination. Does anyone else have one they want to throw out there, or should I? Okay, so I think we should highlight the presentation that we had from Mr. Feller about some of those great things that are happening in our division and getting off the ground. If everyone feels comfortable with that. Getting off the ground and continuing to happen, so. Perfect. Okay. With that, I would look for a motion to go into camera. Okay, at 1:37, we're going to go into camera. That motion was made by Trustee Stankiewicz. Thank you all very much.